I only got 8. The Chronics of Brennix.
Yep. Because I'll be honest, I actually forgot to write something up.
Well, if somebody
right,
could deliver a regular recap while we all roll the Destiny pool.
I can still do a recap. War on Ord Mantell. The Imperial Remnant aligned guerrilla mercenaries began an assault across Ord Mantell, striking at key logistics and defense installations. The crew of the Peaceful Intentions and a unit of more covert mercenaries infiltrated and destroyed a TIE fighter base built into the side of a mountain, crippling the rogue planetary government's air superiority in that region. That's it. That's what happened. Also, the ship got shot to shit.
What do we got for our rolls?
I stopped to roll.
All right.
And I accidentally reset it twice. I erased 2 points from the GM. I'm just looking at how to add those.
Oh, no, I rolled again. Don't worry about it.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you had 2 light on your first roll.
Yeah, and then I rolled dark, so you gave me a reroll.
That means that we should simply flip them back to their original roll?
No, I was talking quantity. I wasn't talking about what the faces were. I was talking about the quantity. You rolled 2 lights and only 1 dark. Be as simple as D add L.
A lot of light side forces time.
It's fine. If he wants to do it as a reroll, we'll do it as a reroll.
Okay. So, I think we ended like mid-flight, didn't we? Like, we didn't actually get back to the base.
No, you didn't.
No, we had just flown out of the base. The base blew up.
Pancaking the other ship against the other cliff face.
Yep, and you had...
I don't know what you're talking about. I was never at a power plant or an airbase. You can't prove anything.
Yeah, you had successfully thrown off your 2 TIE Fighter pursuers while taking even more damage to your ship. Then the base exploded, destroying the Sentinel landing craft as it was taking off. And yeah, that's where we'll pick up.
As Brennix is going to start scrambling around the ship, making sure that the engines aren't going to die and ensure we have hull integrity. As in we're not leaking atmosphere when we get out into space.
Yeah, I mean, you would know if that would happen.
Injured to the med bay, I suppose.
There is an injured.
You do have a
Was it Master
patient.
Break that?
So what we're going to do is, if his player gets here, we will roll back the clock and determine what you all have been able to do for him by whenever that happens. I wouldn't worry about it too much, but we're not going to worry about it right now because they're not here.
Oh yeah, and I have an agonizing wound.
That,
Yeah,
however,
I thought I
you
put somebody. I thought at the end of the last session I stuffed somebody in a bathtub tank.
Correct, you did. However, that character's player is not here, so we can't
Okay,
really
I'm
do
just
anything
making
about
sure. That means my tank is still being used by that player. Okay.
The tank is being used by that.
Aiden.
Yeah. How about I? Yeah, I'm gonna say at least for now, the tank is gonna be
Treated
used by
everybody
Aiden.
before the end of session anyway.
Yeah.
I got everybody at least stable before end of session last week.
Mm-hmm.
That you did.
Tenorok, you able to help me with the agonizing wound I have suffered?
Yeah.
You gotta
something about
scratch on his armpit.
Leader able to read me a poem to make me less strainful?
Well, the encounter is over, so you can roll for your strain.
Oh, how do you do that?
It is, I believe it's
Cool or
cool or it's discipline or cool, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, discipline or cool. So just make a discipline or cool check with no difficulty.
treat a
What does that mean?
All right, let's
treat
see. What
a,
have you? So you recover 1 strain per success. You didn't roll any successes, so you don't recover any strain. Brinks recovers 1 strain.
I go back. Can you read me a poem?
That is a question. Is it possible to use inspiring rhetoric outside of combat? Or do I have to pull out my blaster and shoot Braytac in the knee?
I can pretend to shoot him.
So I don't think inspiring rhetoric would not work outside of combat. I'm gonna treat it the way like the way we've been doing healing is that once a person has been wounded, you can only attempt to heal them once until they like suffer more wounds.
That's not how doctors work.
No, but it's a loose simplification of like, yeah, you've done all you can for their current injuries.
Right, so can I then make just like a single out of combat leadership check to try to heal the strain they got from this combat while out of combat?
Yeah, actually, I think that's even a standard thing you can do in the ship combat section. Where is it?
Good fight, boys. Feel better.
one of those rabbit speeches.
Oh, no, I must be thinking of something else. But yeah, you can do that. Go ahead.
Okay. Should I just use difficulty of 2?
No difficulty. You're rolling as if you're recovering strain at the end of the encounter.
Got it. Right, so yeah, I start giving them a rousing speech about how we did a good thing, but we won't be doing that again because the ship got shot to hell.
All right. How does your
So what works is that for every success I can choose an ally, and that ally recovers 1 strain. I can spend advantages for 1 affected ally to recover an additional strain.
All right. And does it say anything about using that multiple times on the same ally? I don't think it would have any restriction like that.
It doesn't say. So we've been treating it that I could use multiple advantages on a single ally to heal multiple strain.
Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that. So we'll treat this as your the maximum number of people you can affect with this is 4, and then your advantages are treated as a pool of strain that you can recover among those 4 people.
Okay. So yeah, who's stressed right now?
I have 2, and that's it.
I have 4.
3.
All right, so we'll recover stress from Rackham, Braytac, and Ordo. We will, let's see, and that leaves 1 more. Could I just use 1 success like an advantage?
Sure, why not?
Okay. So then give me 6 to... So that means that the 3 of you all heal 1 strain instantly. And with 6 available, I should be able to heal all of everyone's strain then. Because that means Ordo has 2, Braytac has 3, and Rackham only has 1 left, and I have 6 to spend. So they should all be at 0 strain now.
Yeehaw.
Works for me.
This is the equivalent of taking a long rest in D&D.
I'm like a character that can just pull like hit dice out of his ass.
Quite literally. Among
In
other things.
that case, then, the only thing I need to get then is treatment for my wounds and my critical injury.
What is the treatment for a critical injury?
It's the same check, but the difficulty is determined by the severity of the critical injury.
Okay.
So what did
What's
you
the
write down
severity?
on your character sheet?
Critical 2.
Okay. Then it is a difficulty 2 critical injury, so you should make a difficulty 2 medicine check.
Difficulty 2? Okay.
However, there is one big caveat to this, which is that you're limited to 1 check per week for recovering critical injuries.
That's per person, though, right? So
Per
you could-
person.
Oh,
yes.
so you could do it to everyone, but only once per week.
Yes. And that's just field medicine. If you're, like, in the hospital, it's different. Ooh, yeah, let's see. What does that get you?
A lot.
4 successes, 2 triumphs.
Okay. Let's see. Do you only have the 1 critical injury?
I have 1 critical injury, and I have 2 wounds.
Okay. Well, then you could use those 2 triumphs to heal 2 wounds in addition to the critical injury.
Huzzah, I'm no longer cripplingly injured.
Foolishly reckless.
So, where you taking this ship to?
Would it be safe for us to go pick up the land speeder? Like, was it parked like right on top of the base?
That depends.
I'm asking where Ordo parked it.
I specifically brought that up last session that they would park it and walk.
But I don't think they
So
did.
that the
I'm
land
asking-
speeder wouldn't be destroyed.
Yes, but I'm asking Ordo where he parked it.
Back down the mountain. We ascended the entire place on foot and investigated it on foot.
I don't seem to recall you. We didn't really go into specifics about how exactly you got there.
Yeah, we did. We got a land speeder from the mercenary people. They let us borrow it.
Yeah, but I mean, how exactly you got to the top of the cliff? Because you did enter from the top of the cliff.
Well, I thought we said that there was capability of dropping the speeder off somewhere on top of the canyon cliff edges,
Yes.
so that they could drive
We didn't
over
drop
to it.
shit.
You didn't drop
We
it.
unloaded it
Yeah,
at the spaceport, and they drove over to.
Yeah, there was no dropping. We went
Mhm.
from a legitimate position, drove to the region, got out, and then hiked to the base.
Okay, so the one thing I should specify is that this canyon is not like a cliff that you climb up from the ground. It's more like a crevice that goes down. So if you wanted to have approached from the bottom, climbed up, and then climbed down, you would have to have like driven specifically into the canyon.
Oh, okay. So this is in the side of the Grand Canyon. Okay.
It's not quite the Grand Canyon, but
Right. That I'm
Quite
just
a
using an
grand.
easily
Yeah.
identifiable landmark. Okay, so in that case, we would have likely parked it above and then just descended.
okay. Would you have parked it
Otherwise,
at a-
searching for maintenance routes wouldn't have been as practical.
Yeah. Would you have parked it at a safe distance?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, then you can go pick it up.
Like,
Yeah,
why would I take the land speeder right to the base? That would be a great way to be detected. That speeder's going to kick up dust. Any kind of perimeter sentry is going to be able to spot that at a distance.
Yeah. Well, having kicked off your pursuers, you can go and pick up the land speeder that you borrowed.
Sure. And I think then we just return to base.
Yep, you can return to base. That is, let's see, for all the flying that you've done around for this mission, let's say subtract another point of fuel for all that.
Yep.
And yeah, that'll handle all of that
right.
and getting back to Quan Chi.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so you guys land at the Raptor Company base at Quan Chi. All of the mercenaries that you've fought with, they all disembark and sort of go to unwind after the mission. 2 of them did die.
Well, they knew the risks. In theory. Do we get their cut of the pay then?
Well, they weren't from your unit, so no. All right. Now let me count here. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 plus Sleuth was here, so that would make 7. Was anyone else here besides who's here right now? I think it was just 7 people.
I think so.
All right. Yep. And I think you're... Let's see, what did I write down?
We had a party of 7.
Yep. Yes, and in addition to the standard total group pay of 9,800 that you would get for all of that, you also get an additional 2,000, which they will offer you for all of the stuff that you retrieved. That would more than qualify you for exceptional performance.
Looting like the military bags of equipment and stuff there.
Oh yes, very useful.
So I've been doing a bunch of trading. Is this actually a fair price for this stuff? Like, if I try to sell it on the open market rather than accepting their bonus, would I get more money?
You think maybe, but that's just because you're you.
Okay, yeah, I'll take that $2,000 then.
And yeah, so the well, so what do you guys do when you get back?
Well, I go and talk to the commander. I retrieve our pay.
Yep.
And I accept his congratulations and the bonus. And then I start inquiring about getting our ship repaired, as unfortunately extracting not only our unit, but the other mercenary units that were involved in the operation took quite a bit of damage.
Mm. Yeah, he would explain that while you are responsible for maintaining your own ship, they do want you to have a functional ship to use on missions, if you choose to. So he will agree as a starting point to cover 1/4 of the cost of repairs.
I would argue that since while we are indeed covering maintenance, such as fuel and keeping the ship in operational course, battle damage should be covered in full, as we are operating as part of his unit.
Well, then you should roll negotiations for that.
Okay. And I'm going to spend a light side point.
By the way, did I recover any health?
We will handle that right after this.
We put that on pause because you weren't here.
Yep.
Peter, are you using a
It
dark
will
side
be
point?
attended to.
No.
Oh, okay.
So go ahead and make your roll.
What's the difficulty?
Post check.
Okay. Oh shit, I forgot to apply the light side point. Hold on. One of those greens should have been a yellow.
Yep, we'll treat it as the first one, so -1 advantage.
And +1 success.
5 successes, 4 advantages. Yep. And let's see. So rather than working out like percentages, what you're able to arrive at is that Raptor Company will repair your ship for you at a cost of 200 per point of hull damage. So slightly cheaper than a large space or a massive spaceport. Actually, wait, is that right? What's the math on that?
I mean, that's just slightly better than the 3/4 cost.
Yeah, hold on. That doesn't make a ton of sense. Let's see. Oh, yeah. No, that's not what I intended. It'll be... Hold on, I gotta do math here.
Obviously, the repairs are still going to take time, correct?
They have
Oh, yeah, they're in
before.
Well, that was only for 1 or 2 hull trauma.
Not the whole damn ship. That's what I was going. They're basically going to be overhauling him.
Yeah, sorry. They will charge you 150.
Okay.
So you were able to work him down to half of what they would charge at a massive spaceport, which this is not.
Right. Okay, that's much more reasonable. That's 3,300 credits.
Which is, I mean, it's a chunk of what you made, but it's
not even a chunk, but we still made a decent profit running that mission.
Yes.
Because so let's see. So yeah, so I was. Okay. I'll agree to that, and I'll pay it.
All right. Now, in order to have your ship back up to full strength, that will take 11 days.
So be it. They want us combat capable, right?
Yep. Of course, in the meantime, there will eventually be more missions available.
Of course.
There's going to be downtime as well. You know, they expect you to recuperate. And speaking of recuperation, let's handle that for Aiden.
Okay.
So, Aiden, they stuck you in a back-to-tank once they, Let's see, did I write anything in the contract about this?
In the contract? No, we shoved him in the back-to-tank in the ship.
Yes. However, I didn't put anything in the contract saying that you would be expected to provide your own health care. So in the event of any casualties suffered, they will do that for you. So when you get back, there is a little field hospital they have set up with more back-to-tanks that you could go and shove him in. Or that you could transfer him to, I suppose.
I mean, sure, if they're paying for it.
Now, let's see. So, Aiden, how many wounds are you at, and what's your wound threshold?
Well, it was at 20 out of 10, but I took, toughened.
Mm-hmm.
So it's at 20 out of 12 now.
Okay, so you got a little tougher as a result of your injuries. Yeah, so we'll treat it using your new wound threshold. So let's see here. It is 2 hours per wound, but you recover at half speed while you're incapacitated. So that is... Yeah, so it's going to take about a day and a half, or a little under a day and a half for Aiden to regain consciousness.
Well, we got time to kill. You said 11 days, right?
11 days to have the ship fully repaired. However, there will be missions available before that.
Right, we just may have to be... We'll be the guys being transported instead of doing the transporting. Like how last time we brought up the squad of infiltrators with us?
Yep.
Yeah, we'll be that squad on somebody else's mission.
Do we get paid?
Yeah,
yes,
you
we got paid. I've added the credits to the balance.
Yep, you got paid, and you get congratulations on what a swell job you did blowing up that fighter base.
What was our total pay for the mission?
Your total pay for the mission was 11,800 credits.
But we had to spend 3,300 of that to repair the ship, so we actually only made 8,500, which is not a bad haul for what's effectively 1 day's work.
Do we have plans for that money?
I have plans for all of our money, but what do you want to do with it?
Well,
Repair the ship, don't we?
there's two options. One's the cheaper option. That's armor upgrade. It's 2.5k total. Or there's the 5.6k option, which is OP weapon for Braytac, the Electro Staff, if we could find one. Which would allow me to attack twice in one attack, potentially. At the same damage as the weapon I have now, so.
Anybody else have need for money?
I'm looking for that image that I have for that 500 for the pistol mod that I need, or want for the overcharge.
What's the budget?
I hadn't figured out what the budget is yet. If there wasn't any need for people to spend money, I was just going to hang on to it and not calculate. Let me start calculating.
That in Star Wars? Yeah, I did. This. That's 500.
There you go. Now, I should point out, Braytac, the way that second hit interacts with some of the talents that I know you have is important.
Elaborate.
So you have, I think, 3 ranks in Feral Strength.
Wrong. No. I only have 2.
You only have 2. Okay. So those add 1 damage each to 1 hit of a successful melee or brawl attack. Now, if you have that Electro Staff, you can spend advantages to generate an additional hit. That does not mean that you add damage to the second hit.
I mean, that's not a huge deal. That just takes off 2 damage from the second hit.
Yep.
Let's see. As far as cost stuff, I do need to integrate my grappling hook.
Okay, do you want to... Well, right now you have it integrated in the easy way. Do you want to integrate it the more beneficial way?
Yes.
Okay. Let me open up the handbook. Okay, how many... This is the first thing that you're integrating into your armor functionally, right?
This is the... no. I have the environmental suit integration. I have not done anything with the 2 bracket.
Yeah, that doesn't count. That's a separate thing. I'm talking about just like the integrating random pieces of gear into your armor.
This is the first gear integration.
Okay. Yeah, then just to get the grappling hook, that will be 500.
What? You kind of want robot.
Oh, I said it would be 500.
Can we spare that under?
Probably. So, yeah, our budget basically for stuff we can... If you guys want to buy stuff, it's about 10 grand. We can spend about 10 grand.
10,000?
total budget, yeah, for everyone. And everything. But that leaves us enough so that we don't starve, the ship doesn't run out of fuel, we can still pay off the loan. Oh, I forgot to calculate trade goods, hold on. We'll need that to keep ourselves getting money. Trade goods.
All I need is that 500. That's all I want. That'll be the last thing I really want to buy. The rest that I'm going to be, wanting to invest in will be upgrading the ship, because I'm pilot. The ship is essentially my armor and guns.
Well, these are the last two things I need. There's nothing else I will be able to use my
All right, so assuming we want to have enough of a buffer so we can do trade goods at max, our total budget is 6,293.
Alright, I'll just do the armor stuff then. I'd like to make a withdrawal from the Bank of Under for 2.5k.
Well, hold on. So you want a 2,500 thing. Gilbert, what did you say you wanted? It was 500?
500.
And Ruffles, you said 500 for yours thing as well?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, I mean, we can do that.
And like I said, that's it for my person stuff. The rest of anything that I'm going to want to upgrade is going to be ship upgrades.
Mm-hmm.
Pete, I'd like to buy environmental suit integration and impact absorbent padding.
Yeah, you can buy those.
Oh, I buy
as long as your armor has the hard points for those.
I mean, it has 4.
Okay.
These would be all 4.
Yep.
Because I'm pretty sure these are only 1 each, right?
Correct.
How much spare does that leave us?
2793.
Could we subtract another 500 for impact absorbent padding?
Sure. What was the first thing for?
Integrating my grappling hook. Now, before anyone asks, why do I need a grappling hook integrated when I have a jetpack? I will raise you the answer in case it fails.
Branks. Are you able to do the mods?
I mean, I can make the roll. I didn't take mechanic or modder with the recent class I just took.
What's your roll looking like?
What do you mean?
Like, what's your roll gonna be for the?
Oh, 3 yellows.
Are you planning on improving that?
Well, putting more ranks in it? Probably not. Am I going to take a skill tree that works with it? Yeah.
What do you mean?
I mean, do you want me to try upgrading your stuff now?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I can make the roll.
I wonder. I think I found the perfect land vehicle for us.
Just let me know when you're done with all your shopping.
Well, let's do the cheapest one. See if you fuck up.
I like that.
It's actually really fucking cool.
What does he need to roll, Pete, if he wants to do the upgrade of impact absorbent padding? And what do we need to pay?
He wants the upgrade for that?
No, I want the upgrade. He's gonna do it.
Ah, okay. Let me go to that part of the book. This is the first one of those like upgrade mods that you're applying to that piece of armor.
Yeah, why do they get harder?
Yeah, they get harder.
Oh.
Oh, actually, oh yeah, it's per attachment. So yeah, then it will cost 100 credits, and it is a difficulty 3 mechanics check.
But wait, so if he was gonna put a mod on a mod of a different mod, that would be harder.
No, it's only if it's the same attachment.
Oh, okay. All right, well, I guess let's try to do it. You said pay how much?
It's 100 credits and difficulty 3.
Under minus 100 credits.
All right. Can I get a unskilled assistance from somebody?
I don't know, maybe the
Sure.
person's armored is.
Yeah, you could get the person wearing it to help you.
I hold the armor while he does the thing.
Yeah. Like a tailor, I begin working on it while he wears it.
Yeah, you get out your little measuring tape. You measure. You take Braytac's measurements so you know where to put the padding.
You know, this is impact absorbent padding, so I feel like he's like testing as he's doing. He's like trying to like punch my torso.
Yeah.
Tell me, does this hurt? Jabs him with a fucking wrench.
So holding up like different like sized pieces of like foam armor, like from like the 1960s Batman, where it's got like the chest outline on. He's like, nah, that doesn't look quite right. No, not that one. All right, yeah, see, this one matches you.
Yeah, you find one piece of like foam armor that has nipples on it.
2 success, 2 advantage.
That means you succeed.
All right, so it's only 100 per one of these.
It's 100 for the first one. It's 200 for the second one.
All right, let's do the second one.
All right, difficulty 4.
Well, you said the difficulty didn't go up.
When did I say that?
You said if it's the same mod piece, it gets harder.
I said only if it's the same mod piece.
It's not the same mod piece. This is fireproof insulation.
Oh, okay. That's not what I thought you were doing.
No. So impact absorbent padding, it has the little 2, which it says you use the effect one more time. So now the fireproof has a 2, which it actually reduces.
You
the
can
damage
add
from fire.
several impact-resistant paddings.
No.
The impact-resistant padding has an upgrade that you can buy twice. That's what the 2 means. So
Wait,
if you-
that's what 2s mean?
Yes, that's what 2 means.
What? I didn't know that.
The 2 means that you can do it twice.
What?
And it's harder and more expensive the second time.
Wait a minute. So I could have made like serrated edge 3 times my weapon.
How many times does it have that upgrade?
3. Oh. That's not explained anywhere in that.
Yeah, I thought I explained that when you were first doing that, but yeah, that is how it works.
Wow. Alright, we'll roll the... So...
Oh, I think I changed the way this worked, though. But, yes. It's not going to affect anything you have, but...
Alright, well, roll it again.
So, are you installing a different mod?
Yeah,
yeah.
He's doing the environment, or
Right.
what did I say? The fireproof one.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm rendering him more resilient to fire.
All right, then another 100 credits.
Can I get
so Aiden
Aiden's?
doesn't have to
Can I
worry.
get Aiden's assistance with this one?
If you're
No.
willing to wait a day
He's-
and a half.
Oh,
He's
right,
not-
right. He's in a Bacta tank. All right. Yep. Yeah, I'll just take Braytax again. Let's see if it works.
Lighting different parts of me on fire. It's
Oh,
like,
yeah.
does that hurt? Do you feel that yet?
the
I just see,
three
like, the
threats are
candle.
me pulling out the welder, placing it like
Yeah, like a
somewhere.
torch,
Does
yeah.
it burn?
There's the triumph mean he automatically applies it twice.
No.
Oh.
God, this has got to be the most like ghetto ass way to upgrade armor ever.
You just slather him in asbestos paste.
So one of the triumph for mechanics says you give the device a new single-use function. So that single-use function is going to be that, in addition to adding some fireproofing, you also get just like a little bit of like ablative sort of fireproofing in there. So what that'll do is the next time you get hit by something that would set you on fire, instead of setting you on fire, it's just going to destroy that piece.
Wait, what? That doesn't sound good.
No, like you have the benefit, but because of the
Yeah.
triumph, you now have like an extra level of ablativeness that counts for like a single free use that disappears upon its being spent.
Yeah, you've successfully applied like fire stop insulation to his armor.
I have used slightly too much paste.
All right, let's do the last one just in the first rank, the environmental suit integration upgrade.
All right, that's another 100 and another difficulty 3.
God, I can just see it. I'm hooking up the system. All right, let me know if you start suffocating. Then I replace his air tank with fucking welding fluid.
Yes. However, this one will be 2 purple and 1 red.
Well, can we upgrade ours then?
Of course you can.
How
Let's
much does
upgrade
this
ours.
attempt to cost?
Just
100.
another 100.
They're only doing the first level mod upgrades.
Yeah, I'm too concerned about.
You don't want to break it. It's expensive.
Why do you think I'm not upgrading my shit?
I was gonna say, yeah, if you're fine with keeping just the level 1 stuff for now, the level 1 upgrades, then yeah, when he's got better mechanics, then do everything when you know the rolls are gonna be more in your favor.
Nope,
Oops, I
other
didn't
way.
do that right. What was the thing?
L.
It's money DL.
There, now do it.
All right, and this is going to upgrade my green to a yellow.
I think so.
Yep.
He's trying to make us fail. Don't let us fail. Oh.
Oh no! Now let's see what happens when you do that.
Braytac begins suffocating in his suit.
No, nothing like that. What the hell is it? Yep. So when you fail, that upgrade that you tried to install for that mod cannot be installed again.
Oh my god.
You still have environmental suit integration. It just doesn't have the ability to ignore an environmental setback.
Yeah, you don't get the nice filtering. The fire stop got in the way.
The filter's covered in asbestos paste.
Yeah. You put so much asbestos on the inside of the armor that you just you can't fit any filtration in there.
So,
Alright.
just a quick random question, like kind of not. It's in context. It's part of the story and everything that's going on.
Mhm.
Could Nevin benefit from supervising the repairs? Could he learn anything from just watching, spending all of his time just watching them fix the ship?
Learn anything? I mean, if you want to take ranks in mechanics, you have to pay XP for that.
Yeah, no, I was thinking of like the learn mechanic in D&D.
Yeah, so there isn't really anything like that for this game.
Yeah, that's why I was asking. I wasn't sure how you might want to handle that.
D&D has a learn mechanic?
It has a learn mechanic that we've homebrewed on occasion. I think it was mostly AGR who did that.
Did you change the monomolecular edge at some point, Pete?
I might have. That's not going to affect anything that you've already had. Like, if you made something before I changed that, then don't change it. I'm not.
Well, on my
to,
sheet, it's got a 2 next to it. I only applied one of the upgrades, but on the new handbook, it's only got a 1.
No, I was talking about this. That's in the PHP training. It costs gold, but it's actually part of D&D.
I don't think we've ever used that.
We've used.
Well, we've never had 250 days of downtime.
Yeah, we have used parts of not that, but there's a revision to that in Xanathars that we've used. Mostly, it was only Mick that used it.
And the biggest thing is the downtime. We almost never have downtime in our normal D&D campaigns.
Mm.
Like, not 250 days worth.
Yeah, so
we have 250 gold to throw around.
Yeah. So to answer your question, Braytac, yes, I did nerf that one, so you can only get 1 pierce.
Okay. I just realized I have one more I want to try that's 100 gold.
Okay.
My serrated edge has the once per encounter per upgrade may re-roll critical injury inflicted with this weapon, which sounds pretty
Yes. Good. That is not a bad thing to have.
Yeah, let's do that one.
Okay, doesn't unskilled assistance give a blue die?
Wait, hold on, Braytac, what are you putting these on? This is still your sword, right?
Well, the other stuff was my armor, but this is the sword.
Okay, this is the sword. All right, just making sure.
I have had the serrated edge. I just never apparently put that mod on.
Yeah, you can spend 100 credits and have Gilbert roll for that.
Roll it up, Gilbert.
Wasn't he supposed to have a blue die for the unskilled assistance?
I was told green.
I mean, we failed anyway.
Yeah, it's too late for that. I mean, somebody could have helped him, but if you didn't roll it, then you didn't roll it.
Alright, so yellow, yellow, yellow.
If someone would like to give him unskilled assistance, you can do so.
But that unskilled assistant adds a blue die, correct?
It adds a blue die.
Okay.
The upgrade you got was because Hayes decided to spend a destiny point.
Well, I think he added a green instead of a blue, but in both times the green didn't. Well, I mean, didn't do anything. So
no, he didn't add a green. He should.
He did in the roll before that. There was a green.
Oh wait, what's your Brenks? What's your intelligence?
3.
Oh,
yeah, yellow, yellow, yellow.
Yeah, so you would have yellow, yellow, yellow. Unskilled assistance only adds a blue die.
Oh, skilled was green?
Skilled lets you use someone else's skill or someone else's attribute. And then spending a destiny point upgrades it. There's nothing that just adds a green.
Ah, okay.
For example, the best roll we could do is you giving skilled assistance to the doctor. Because doesn't the doctor have 5 int?
I think
that would be 3 yellow, 2 green.
You have 3 ranks in mechanics bricks.
Mm-hmm.
And the doctor has 5 int, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so then the base roll, and if you would have, the base roll would look like that.
Oh my god, why have we been doing that the whole time?
Because we didn't know how the mechanic worked exactly.
I think you've done that before. Like the initial upgrades they gave to Braytac, I'm pretty sure you did that way.
I think the reason we don't do it is because the doctor said he would never be caught dead doing that, helping be a grease monkey to prepare parts.
I think that might have been what happened. We just kind of roleplay determined that the doctor wasn't doing mechanics.
Okay, well, if the doctor isn't doing mechanics, then your role should only
He's
be
not
to,
doing. He's just helping.
Actually,
no,
he's
not going here. No.
He's doing it.
The way the thing
Franks
is
is
set up
helping.
is that literally the doctor would be doing the actual work. Brinks is just sitting there being like, not. You see, you got to connect that part over there.
Yeah, but, you know, Hippocratic Oath and all.
He has much finer, hands, to do these.
Exactly. He is a surgeon. He is not a grease monkey.
No. But I'm saying that's why you should do it, because your hands are steady and this is
He's
sensitive
complimenting you.
work. Listen, if this mod breaks, this is a mod that can be upgraded 3 times. We don't want this to break, so just help him. God damn it.
Yeah, you could always help him sanitize his Vibro scalpel.
Do this, and he'll help you in the medical room for a month.
What do I look like, Tom Paris?
What?
It's worth a shot.
That makes me not want to do it.
I don't think we suffer enough injuries that require amputation to justify putting Braytac in the operating room.
I did find a better resolution picture of that.
All right. So am I rolling? Is someone else rolling? What are we doing here?
It sounds like the doc doesn't want to make the roll, so it sounds
Cool.
like you're rolling.
So yellow, boost, purple.
This is another 100 credit mech attempt.
It is.
This breaks, the doctor's buying me a new sword. Oh.
Yeah, you fail. You can't attempt to apply that upgrade anymore. All right. Unless any of you are trying to do anything else, I think we can advance
One other
day.
thing.
Oh, yep. One other thing.
So I bought some armored clothing.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like to sell my heavy clothing.
Okay.
So is that, I forget how that works in this game. Is that just half the buy price?
So what you do is you roll for it, and depending on how well you roll, you get anywhere from like 3/4 to 1/4.
How much is armored clothing?
Okay.
And I think heavy clothing is what?
50.
It's like 100, or oh yeah, it's 50.
No, I have heavy. If it's 1,000, don't worry about it. I have heavy clothing right now.
I got shot at last time, so now I want armor.
Yeah, no, that's why I'm not too concerned. I'm usually in the gunner or the pilot seat, so I don't really
Anyway,
need
so what do I
gear.
roll for that?
You roll negotiation because you're selling something, and the difficulty
For a rarity 0 item.
Well, it's a rarity 0 item, so it would start off at here, hold on. This is on the cheat sheet. Yeah, then roll with no difficulty. If you can succeed without difficulty, then you can succeed in selling this. Yep, I think that's more than enough to max out the roll. Let me see.
So
Yeah,
I
so
think
with-
it's half.
So with at least 3 successes, you actually get 3/4 value.
Okay. And then I get to apply a wheel and deal to that. I'm just going to use the chatbot as a calculator. Alright, so I make 45 credits from selling my old clothing.
Correct. Yeah, you can. I mean, with wheel and deal, you could probably sell it as like, "Hey, this jacket has seen combat. It's a collector's
It's the
item.
real deal.
It's the real deal. Put it in a case."
Actually, I have almost enough credits in pocket to. Actually, if you were able to get even, if I gave the 80 that I have in pocket, you could get armored for me too. But I'm not too worried about it.
Basically,
We can do that
means
when we have another large windfall.
It means that if we max out the sell roll with my wheel and deal, we can recover 90% of the value of something.
That's interesting.
I just remember I need something else. Priority 1 alpha. I need my sword repaired. It has minor damage.
Ah, that you do. Let me see, where's the rules for that? Yes, minor damage and the base cost.
Guys, I'll be back after step away.
Just 1 purple?
We're still on the ship, right?
We are on the ship, but we've landed back at the scrapyard base.
Yeah, we're at a scrapyard base, so you could roam around if you want
So
to.
repairing this will cost 625 credits.
What?
Leave the med bay. I have a
It
patient.
will cost 625 credits.
What?
Sophisticated piece of
I
equipment.
think you heard me the second time.
But it's only 1 purple.
It's only 1 purple. However, minor damage costs 25% of the base cost of the item to repair, and the base cost is 2,500 credits.
Jesus.
So, yep.
Under. Subtract the money.
How much?
I don't know what Pete say.
Nah, Pete,
625.
What? No, I'm just kidding.
625.
The use penalty is it adds black dye. So if I don't get it, and then if it damages again, it's going to be 50% the cost to fix it. It's a purple dye that it adds to my rolls. Okay.
Pete, do you have that overcharge thing written up somewhere, or should I just
Yeah, I do.
like actual text, not an image?
Yeah.
You want to copy that in the chat so I can just copy it? I've been putting off typing it up.
Let's see where I put it. There you go. So, let's see. And also, Under, to answer your question, I'm not going to make you redo the math on selling that 50 credit piece of clothing, because who cares? But I believe when you took Wheel and Deal, the way I said it worked is that it's not 10% additional profit, it's 10% of however much money you're taking home at the end. Like 10% of your profit margin.
Okay, yeah, but we lost money on that. I bought it for 50 and sold it for less, so there's no profit. I was just going based on the text, which says when selling goods legally, gain 10% more credits per rank.
Oh yeah, well, so when I said profit margin, that was in reference to the
to the trade goods. Yes, I agree.
To the trade goods. So
yeah.
For this, it would be, yes, let's see, you make. And then how many ranks of Wheel and Deal do you have?
2.
2.
So it'd be 20% more, hence the 1.2.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I was just calculating as 75% times 120% is 90%. When I take that third time, which is the most I can have, it would bring that up to 97.5%. Basically, it just means that when we sell stuff, we get more of the value back. We don't actually make money doing that. We're still losing a bit of money. It just means we're not. It means we're not losing as much money. We don't sell equipment all that much. It was mostly I'm mostly getting wheel and deal for the trade goods use. It just
Oh,
this
yeah.
happened
That's-
to be.
that's where the big
We now
money is.
had a set of heavy clothing.
All right. So I think Braytek wanted to get his sword repaired.
Yeah, what's his name's got to roll.
Yep.
Trying to figure out how old my oldest monitor is.
Well, are you going to do that?
I thought he said he'd be right back.
Oh,
Is
Oh,
Gilbert back?
Yeah, I'm back. I said I was back.
okay. Are you gonna roll for that?
Am I gonna roll for what? I literally just got back. I have
No, you
no
just
idea
got.
what's going on.
Braytek wants you to help fix his sword. It is a difficulty 1 mechanics check.
Wait, how'd it break?
Damage.
There was a despair effect that damages weapons.
Mm.
He hit a wall
You
with
should
a sword.
probably use a light side point on this because we don't have the funds for another attempt.
Was it money DL?
Yes.
Money DL.
Not even in
And
combat.
just
It would
one
use up
purple?
all the light side points. This would be great.
Yellow, 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 boost purple?
Yep. Oh yeah, you're able to get it fixed up just fine.
What's the triumph do?
I don't think it would really do anything in this case. This is just sort of a pass.
You also wrap the sword in refractory material.
Yeah. It's extra shiny though.
And I cleaned out the viscera that had leaked into the vibration cells.
Oh yeah, that's important. It's like when you get your electric toothbrush and it's got like the caked on toothpaste all up in there. Yeah, you gotta go rinse that out.
Right?
Sorry, it wasn't in the channel. Did he fix it?
Yeah, he fixed it.
Yeah, I got all the viscera out of the vibration cells in your hilt.
All right, is there anything else?
Critical injuries?
Well, if there's nothing else, then we will get to that. However, that takes some time, so I was going to handle everything else first.
Yeah, alright.
So we're going to fast forward through the end of the first 24-hour period after the mission. So at this point, it's now like a new day. And at the point when Aiden has been in the back to tank for 24 hours. Let me see here. Handbook.
So we've got 2 hull damage back.
Yes, at the end of this day, you would have 2 hull damage back.
Okay.
In addition, let's see, 24 hours have passed. So at that point, you would have Aiden, you would have recovered 6 wounds.
Also, Go ahead, sir.
No, what's your question?
System strain for the ship.
System strain for the ship, you can, how much was there?
3 out of 18.
3? I think you can roll to repair that. I think what I said is that as long as you have like a few hours, you can basically solve all of that without having to roll.
So I can just clear the 3 off.
Yeah, so
in
clear.
24 hours. Okay.
Yeah, when the ship completes a long rest, which you do by, giving it a tune-up, then you get rid of that.
We turn it off and turn it back on again.
You power cycle everything.
Yeah. Oh my god, where's the section on this? Here we go. Okay, so how many critical injuries do you have, Aiden? Just 1?
2.
2. Okay. Which one is more severe? Or are they the same severity?
They're both difficulty 1.
Okay. Then at the end of that 24 hours, you can make a resilience check against difficulty 1. And I'm going to say that because Tenorak took such good care of him, he can add a boost die to that. I think he rolled pretty high before when he was stabilizing you, so we'll say that helped.
So 2 resilience checks?
No, just 1.
Alright. And just, what, 1 purple?
Against 1 purple.
Yeah, it's occurring to me how effective Bacta is.
It is pretty effective. You're also not having to pay for the Bacta, which you would normally, although it's not very expensive.
I prefer Kolto myself.
Yep, you succeed. You can pick one of those injuries to remove.
Alright. And the other one just stays there for a little longer?
Yeah, the other one just stays there. And I think you started at, 20 out of 12? So you should now be down to 14 out of 12?
Yes.
Yep. Then, so let's see here. It's, 6 hours? Or no, 2 hours. Or 4 for you. So another 8 hours after this happens, so 8 hours into the day, you would regain consciousness at that point. You're still in the Bacta tank, and your wounds would now be at your wound threshold. So you would be at 12 out of 12. At this point, it will take you another 12 hours in the Bacta tank to fully recover. And at the end of that 12 hours, you will be able to make another roll.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take another nap.
Alright, so that handles that. And let's see, after 1 day, let me go to my document here. Yeah, sorry this has been so slow. We've kind of got a lot of bookkeeping to do. And yeah, at the end of that day, the company commander who you met before, Jirwand, would ask to meet with all of you.
So Aiden's out of the tank at this point?
Aiden can be out of the tank if he would like to.
How long has it been?
Well, is he healed up?
Not all the way, but I mean, he can take breaks. He can go out for a walk.
He's to the physical therapy part of his recovery.
Yeah.
Alright.
Let's go see what this guy wants.
I mean, if you didn't show up because you were in a Bacta tank, they would probably understand.
Well, you said at the end of the day, so...
This would be in the middle of the day while you're still healing.
So would it be 4 wins?
Well, let's see. You would start recovering past your threshold 8 hours into the day, so we'll say that you got back in around yeah, we'll say that that would happen about morning to noon. So you would be fully done with your healing late into the night, is what we'll say.
Alright. Well, I mean, if I'm told about the meeting, I guess I'll go, but would someone tell me if I remain in the Bacta tank?
Don't see why not.
Nevin's sitting next to you the whole time, very nervously sitting in a chair, staring at you anxiously, wondering if you're going to be okay.
Yeah, he's adjusting the doctor's chair up and down.
No, that's that's Brinks.
I done pushed you out of there. You're not sitting
Wait, hold on. Rackham's not on board the ship? I go and I tweak the cockpit chair settings.
No, Mister, I'm in the mercenaries hospital. I'm assuming you're in there too, because he's technically your patient, so you'd want to make sure his stuff is going well.
Yeah,
Well,
I've got other people to see to him. I don't know how they stack up to you, Tenarak, but this field hospital is like a garage that they've just like put tarps down and stuff in. Anyway, so you all go to meet with the commander, Jirlan, and yeah, this whole complex is sort of like a big shipping depot. So there would be offices, which they're currently using as like their command space. So this would be in one of those offices, or like a boardroom, perhaps. And let's see, as you're going in there, you would see Jirlan and like some of his various attaches, other administrative people within the company. In addition to them, Romos Mal is also there.
Sorry, refresh my memory. Who's that again?
Romos Mal is the guy that Sasha met on Druckenwell, who tipped you off to this whole thing.
Yes, that guy.
Okay. I nod politely.
Oh, and that reminds me, you did have Sasha there as well as Sleuth's character. So I owe you another 1,400.
Okay.
Because you actually had 8, not 7.
That's right. Yes. Okay, I'll add it to our credits.
Yep. Yeah, and as he sees you all walk in, he would well, who else would have talked to him? I think he probably spoke to Tenorok as well, didn't he?
I believe I was there carousing as well, so I would nod politely to him.
Yeah. Let's say, look, Damati, I'm real sorry about this. This was the only way that I could get them to let me off the hook.
I just raise an eyebrow.
And then Jirlan says, thank all of you for joining me. Please, have a seat.
I take a seat.
Plop down on a seat.
Bring
on the ship.
stands.
Yeah, he's on the ship, or in the hospital, or wherever.
No, Aiden's in there, so I would have gone back to the ship.
Yeah, he's on the ship fixing his seat settings.
No, I haven't sat in the pilot seat. I'll be fair. I won't immediately go to the pilot seat and ruin Pete's chance to have fun.
I mean, it's not my chance to have fun. It's yours.
True. Your chance to have fun with us.
There you go. And yeah, he would say, so I heard from our mutual friend Romos that you were in contact with a rebel element at Druckenwell. I needn't remind you of the penalty for assisting the rebellion.
And I would remind you that at Druckenwell we assisted an Imperial Star Cruiser that had crashed into the planet during the fight.
I am aware of that. Your heroics are nothing short of admirable. However, I also heard that you relayed a communique of some sorts with these rebels.
A communique that was also relayed through Imperial intelligence.
And he would raise an eyebrow at that.
Assets are no good if both sides distrust you.
Could you explain a bit more?
No, I couldn't.
All right. Well,
and I say that in such a way as to imply that I very well could, but then I'm going to have to kill you.
Ah. Unfortunately, I think this would have to be, unless I'm misunderstanding where you're coming from here, I think this would be deception.
So, yes, it is deception because Imperial Intelligence never actually told us not to bother sharing that type of intel, and while I implied it to the Imperial Intelligence guys, I never told them that I gave the Rebellion that info. I did, however, actually give both sides a copy of this info.
That is true.
So, I don't know how you want to rule that.
So, the important thing here is that so this guy doesn't know how you're justifying your secrecy here, and you are doing that under sort of a false pretense. Unless you, like, in order to make this persuasion, you would have to give him more information.
I would at that point be like, look, I've done some work with Imperial Intelligence. I can't tell you all of the details about that because of ongoing investigations that are still ongoing. What is the nature of your concerns here? In essence, I'm asking him to explain in detail what is the actual problem. You know we're mercenaries. I'm obviously not going to admit to committing a crime. So at that point, I haven't lied. It's more I'm trying to kind of push the onus on him to explain his position more. In essence, this would be, I would think more like I'm trying to play it off cool rather than get hot-headed and immediately launch into denials.
All right. He would say, very well then, let us be open with each other. I should properly introduce myself. Jirlan, Imperial Intelligence. No, wait, he wouldn't say that. He would say Imperial Security. There we go.
Okay. If that's the
he would identify
himself.
Yeah, he would identify himself as being from the Imperial Security Bureau, not Imperial Intelligence.
Okay. Are those two different things, or does Imperial Intelligence just not exist?
You're CIA, he's FBI.
Got it. Okay, I would just nod and be like, that, would explain why you're working here doing what you're doing.
I mean, did you really think we would entrust this to some random group of mercenaries?
Only for the expendable parts. Typical CIA answer.
Yeah, all right, then you can roll negotiations, but add 2 setback to it because you're attempting to persuade him under a false pretense. You're not entirely lying, but you're persuading him in a way that's very misleading, like more misleading than usual.
I know. I'm really threading that line between charm, negotiation.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you have it, but
all right.
More misleading than usual.
This is an opposed check.
Okay, I'm gonna spend a destiny point on this.
Do it.
I've always assumed that at some level everything that Under's characters say is at some level misleading.
I mean, you're not wrong. 2 setback.
But like all of your characters.
2 setback. Ooh, and we were at a standstill.
A push. I'm tempted to say TIE Defender wins here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how does he respond to that then?
Let me think for a second. Do you have anything at all that you could use to verify that?
I can give you my contact in Imperial Intelligence, and he can at least confirm that I've done work for him in regards to an ongoing investigation.
Oh, please do that.
Okay. I shoot him the contact info for the guy from the Paradise Planet.
Which one? The guy you burned, or the guy who helped you burn the other guy?
The guy who helped me burn the other guy. The guy who was working Imperial Intelligence to, root out the people that were doing. I forget his name, and I didn't write it. I don't think I wrote down his name, mostly because it was obviously an alias. It was the officer. It was a junior officer that helped us burn Commander Brandt.
That's true. However, I don't think he said anything to you to indicate that he was Imperial Intelligence. I think he was just. All he told you was that he was just working under Commander Brandt. Like, he was just a naval officer.
Who, when we gave this information to, somehow managed to get an entire battle fleet withdrawn. And has been able to give us rather good intelligence about aspects in different parts of the world. Basically, he if it walks like a spy, if it talks like a spy, it probably isn't a cow.
Yeah, so based on the information you just cited, you think this guy is probably is involved with people who have the ability to do that, but he didn't say or give you anything that would make him usable as a contact in the way that you're trying to use him.
Okay, then I would take a different tact with that approach then, if that's true. And I would tell him, well, no, the whole point of those type of operations is that I'm a deniable asset. I'm someone that they could point to and say, we have no idea who this does. He is obviously operating way outside the bounds. They wash their hands of me and I end up shot in the back of an alley somewhere if it all goes sideways. What I can tell you is this, is we've always operated with the best interest of the Empire in mind. And yes, that has involved us operating on outside of normal Imperial law. If that means that you don't want us to continue participating in these operations, I'll understand. And we can simply go our separate ways. Obviously, I don't think you would have called us all in here with you being here alone if you actually believed us to be enemy agents.
Oh, to the contrary, I would very much appreciate your continued participation in our efforts here. It's more that I have a duty to uphold the security of the Empire at large, and when it came to my attention that you may have leaked some kind of secrets to the rebellion, I had to do my due diligence.
Secrets that the Empire knows we've leaked. And therefore not really secret. So I say, and I guess we'll just have to take this as a matter of trust. We are here helping you against the Pentastars to uphold Imperial. If I was really trying to help the rebellion, if I was really on the rebellion's side, I would be trying to foment as much fracturing and as much different kinds of rebellion as I could to weaken Coruscant's position as much as possible.
Let me make myself clear, Devati. I have absolutely no distrust. I have no doubt in your loyalties to the Empire. I simply seek more information. If you say that you can't give it to me, then that puts us at an impasse.
Well, what information exactly are you after? Do you also want a copy of this information?
Yes. Yes, I would. I would like to know everything that you were able to tell me about it.
Okay. Could just opened with that. That's not. You didn't need the cloak and dagger bullshit. Yeah. So here's a copy of it. As far as we can tell, it's some type of genetic code. We have not yet been able to determine its origin.
Genetic code.
Yeah. As far as we can tell, it's not actually being it's not like a fake code that's being used to hide information, but we're no cryptographers. So yeah, we were on our way to see if we could find a geneticist to help us as we pull on this thread a bit more to see how far this crater may go. Hopefully, with us not being the burning cinders at the bottom. But we I motioned to Romos there, and I'm like, but, we heard that there was some place our towns could be used a bit more immediately, and so here we are.
Oh, I forgot to narrate this part, but as soon as he had explained how Romos was involved in this, Romos would have left.
Ah.
He did not want Romos hearing any of this conversation.
Got it. Okay.
Well, I wouldn't know anything about genetic codes.
Not many people seem to, and that's been kind of the issue we've been running into.
And where did you say you got this from?
I didn't. We started as... Well, for various reasons, we formed together, and we were doing running just some cargo back and forth. Make some money, keep ourselves fed, clothed, the usual. This originated from a shipment from Sperana to Nar Shaddaa. And, there was an incident with pirates en route. We were forced to abandon that ship. This data was all of that cargo delivery that we could, which was otherwise generic medical conditions. Also a carbonized guy. And then we abandoned ship and, made our way to Nar Shaddaa through other means.
Okay, so this code was on your ship.
It was in the cargo on the ship. Unfortunately, the cargo was too big to fit in the escape pod, so the data is all we could take with us.
You told him about the corpse frozen in carbonite?
I mentioned it very quickly and moved on, much like, sort of as a joke, but yes.
Okay.
Like Davadi would have said it in a somewhat lackadaisical manner, obviously going for humor.
Okay.
A way to lighten the mood.
Yeah, you can probably pull that off.
He is being charming. Like, he's got 2 ranks of charm.
He does, yeah. There's a lot of the picture that I'm missing here. What exactly... How do you know this code has anything to do with Imperial security, and how did it involve the rebels?
Well, we don't know for sure that it involves anything to do with Imperial security. That is a supposition on our part. The work we've done for Imperial security before gave us some leads on it that we're investigating and also keeping them in the loop on should anything come up with. That's why this isn't a high priority or requiring any type of speed. As for how the rebels came to be involved in it, have you ever heard of a firm on Nar Shaddaa called Intergen Security Resources?
Never in my life.
Neither had we. There's tons of these companies, right? Who's heard of every single one of them? Yeah, except we get there. Turns out this isn't just a normal company. It's a front for the rebels. That had also somehow managed to, not only was it a front for the rebels, but they had also managed to piss off the Hutts. So now we've got, we find out we're dealing with rebels. We got Hutts on our ass, and we're just trying to get back out of here. That's when we end up crossing some wires, and we find ourselves on a planet being hosted by rebels while we're desperately looking for a way to get all this information back to the Empire. Then, of course, as you know, the incident on... That was Druckenwell, right?
That was Druckenwell.
Yeah, and then the incident on Druckenwell happened. And the rebels made a mistake in that they... let's just say I can be somewhat persuasive, and they believed we were on their side. Joke's on them, because we immediately went and helped the Imperials, as you obviously have records of. And once we were able to make safe contact with them, we were able to give them a copy of this and inform the security services of what it contained.
And I'm guessing that's the part you won't be willing to tell me about.
Not to mention the fact we saved all the Imperial people.
It's more that then led into an investigation from that same contact with security services that is still ongoing, and I don't want to spoil that investigation.
All right, well, I think I'm seeing the connection you've made here. I'll tell you what, I'll see what I can do to verify this. In the meantime, you're more than welcome to continue assisting our efforts here. And then depending on what I find, I may be able to offer you additional resources. Of course, if it turns out you're lying, then, well, but I know you wouldn't do that.
Not at all.
Pete. May I vigilance check this man? Like,
Oh, you're
how much does he seem to be buying into Devati's charm and reasoning?
Yep, that is... Oh my god.
Double B.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to think of which skill it is, because it's not discipline, because you're not trying to...
Vigilance?
Vigilance is a skill in and of itself.
Yeah. Yeah, no, you're right, it would be vigilance. Alright.
Alright, what am I rolling?
Contested check.
Is Aiden here?
Yeah. So add double boost.
Yeah. Wait, 2 boost?
I mean, we're pretty much in engaged range, right?
Sounds right to me. So 2 boost.
2 boost.
Alright, here I go.
This is me on the ship.
Sorry, I meant to roll that before you. I generally want to roll before you do on these, so it doesn't look like I'm just padding the roll after I see what your result is.
I, under no case, have ever assumed that the DM ever padded or modified the numbers.
No, it's more that I'd like to avoid the appearance of doing that.
Huh.
But yeah, it is the same roll you made before. But yeah, so you're not able to like, this guy's got a pretty stiff upper lip here. Maybe that's not the right turn of phrase, but
I get what you mean.
yeah. Anyway, with that, he would dismiss you.
Oh, okay.
All right. And unless any of you were doing anything else, I think we can fast forward through the rest of the day to finish up with Aiden's recovery. No?
Well, I would ask Nevin, because he's running the ship, have there been any odd communications specifically from Commander What's-His-Face name?
I'm looking for
Jirlan.
secure hyperlink transmission communiques coming out of the base.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what you would use to pick those up if they're not being sent to you.
I have no idea how they work, so I have no idea if that's possible.
I mean, is it a laser link to a satellite, or is it just a radio
No.
broadcast?
So this is like, how would I... So a hyperwave transceiver is for sending communications through hyperspace.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you still have to talk to the device somehow.
You still have to talk
Is
to
the
the
device in orbit, or is it on the base?
You're not really sure how Jirlan would be communicating. When you sent your communication to, oh my god, to
Lieutenant somebody.
Yeah, to Lieutenant somebody on Spirana, You sent that via the planetary communication channel that anybody can use. Of course, that's all secure, so you're not going to hear anybody that anything. You're not going to hear anything that anybody didn't send to you specifically.
Okay.
Yes, but I mean, like a general rule of thumb, something like that is typically orbital. I wouldn't assume something like that would be planetary because you'd have atmospheric interference if you wanted to use hyperspace as a communication system.
Yeah, you think that's correct, but you wouldn't. You're not sure how.
So
you
what
would
I'm
go about
asking is, do I see any secure radio transmissions? Because, like I said, is it LaserLink? If it's not LaserLink, then there is radio broadcast coming out of that base. And if so, do I see any secure ones that seem to be heavily encrypted? Just monitoring radio traffic.
Yeah, I suppose. I
That's
mean,
why I asked if it's LaserLink.
Yeah.
Because if it's a radio wave, it's just broadcasting in a general radius sphere. It's not going pinpoint to the satellite.
Yeah, then to answer your question, yes, there would be secure transmissions coming out of the base. Although
Was there any new signals when Devati's meeting was over and he started heading back to the ship?
Not immediately, but if you wait for like a few hours. Well, actually, so to answer your question, yes. Although there were also secure communications going out during the meeting and before it and after it.
Yeah, I'm specifically looking at the window of after and specifically anything that seems to be an encryption, a different encryption, like a different encryption frequency.
Has the pattern of their encrypted traffic changed as a result of the information we gave them? So are they sending more? Are they sending less? Has the type of encryption changed?
That would be a bit more complicated to figure out. You'd have to roll computers for that. You're combining like operating the ship's radio and cryptography here.
Yes, I'm basically asking Niven to quickly run a SIGINT operation on this guy.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I understood exactly what as soon as you asked the question, I knew exactly what you wanted. Basically, you want to see if he's talking immediately after talking with you.
Well, it's also, yes, but I'm assuming he's going to be doing it. It's more, I'm interested in how it changes. If he changes in patterns that would be recognizable as Imperial security, that's one thing. If instead it matches other factions, that is also something.
Okay, well, to answer your first question, who exactly is going to recognize that?
I have no idea. That's why I was asking Niven if he could.
All right, well, if none of you can answer that question, then you can't even roll for this, because you have no way of knowing what it would look like.
Say, from my experience as a smuggler, I would be able to tell encrypted signals and stuff.
Well,
like, I wouldn't be able to tell which encrypted signal is which, but I would be able to tell a difference between encryptions. Not with any certain accuracy, but I could tell you, that guy and that guy are using different encryptions.
Yeah, okay, I'll give it to you. It's not going to be easy, though. This is going to be like a difficulty... Yeah, I'm going to say this is a difficulty 5 computers check.
I mean, if you nail it, you nail it. If not, it's so well.
Yeah. I only have 3 greens in computers. We don't have our
This is
nerd.
a completely passive thing for us to do. We're just listening to radio traffic.
Yep.
So there's no risk to us if you fail this.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be him who makes it either. Somebody else can roll this, as long as you have someone who will be able to recognize it.
I think he's the only one with the background that would be able to.
The only one who's
I have 3 green in computers. If anybody here has higher than that in computers, they could be running the computer while I just overwatch what they're doing, and they could have
how many greens?
I have 3 in computers.
I also have 3 greens.
Okay. So I could give you skilled assistance. Wait, Doc? Tenorok?
I have 4.
I could give the doctor skilled assistance because that is actually one of my career things. Correct? Is that how that skilled assistance works, or do I need ranks in it? I just need to have a career?
No, you need ranks. You don't have any ranks.
And I cannot provide skilled, but I can provide unskilled at least.
You can provide unskilled.
Okay. So, Doc, you're rolling 4 greens with 1 unskilled assistance against difficulty 5.
Yes.
Or, yeah, your
greens,
intelligence
blue, and 5 purple.
Yep. And again, this is just passively. We're curious. We're not, doing this for any major benefit.
You know what? I'm going to change this because you're having Tenarok roll, because he was with the Empire. So he might have a better chance of recognizing this. So now that now that you've gotten Tenarok involved in this will be difficulty 4. However, Tenarok is a medic.
Yep. Not exactly a cryptographer.
Yeah.
Or a communication specialist of any kind.
So instead of 5 purple, it will now be 3 purple and 1 red. So by some miracle, Tenarok, looking over the radio while we'll say like Nevin just sort of dials it back and forth, and you're looking through over the various transmissions, and Tenarok apparently paid enough attention in his classes at wherever he trained to be able to recognize some like basic Imperial encryption patterns. And with that one success, you're able to tell that, yeah, some kind of information is being sent out in response to what you just did. You think that's very likely.
Is he able to ID the faction as being to and from Imperials?
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't, he wouldn't have been able to do this.
Well, he would also be able to recognize that it's not Imperial. Maybe not who it is, but he'd be able to say it's Imperial or not Imperial. That's what I'm getting at. And so it is definitely Imperial?
It is definitely Imperial. He recognizes Imperial encryption patterns. In only a very basic way, but he does recognize them.
I think it would be more so he recognizes the specifics of it being the radio frequencies most commonly used by naval intelligence.
Yeah. Like, in fact, it might not even be that you recognize the frequency or the pattern. It might just be more that you know the protocols for sending out information like this, and you can sort of observe them being followed here.
Gotcha.
But yeah, so that is what you learn.
So next session, when we got Burger here, can we go hack that satellite? That'd be fun, right?
Might be a moot point at that point.
Mm-hmm.
All I wanted to do was to see if all of a sudden he started talking to, say, that other Empire that isn't the Pentastar. Or if he is talking to higher
the New Republic?
No, the other guys. There's like 2 Empire offshoots in this area.
So
there's the Pentastar and somebody else.
So there's the Greater Maldrude. Zinj is not actually independent. He's just I think I explained what was going on with him before, but
if he was talking to them instead, the communication would look different.
It might, but you're not able to figure that out.
Got it. Okay, but he's definitely, at least we know he's not talking to the Hutts or the New Republic.
Yeah, you know that he is transmitting like on an Imperial frequency using Imperial encryption methods.
That's what we wanted to know. So the next upgrade we needed for the ship is a cryptography system.
Well, you have your slicing computer. Or someone does.
Yeah, but the slicer droid's gone.
Yeah, well...
Yeah, we don't have our cryptographer with us. But no, I meant like, kind of like an Enigma machine.
It
something
also,
like that. But
the other thing that it tells us is that this isn't some like super critical, must kill us now type information. Because that would have changed the patterns entirely different. Like all of a sudden there would have been a huge flurry of excess communication in that, if it was super important like that. So it also tells us that, we haven't like kicked over an ant-hive. In other words, Darth Vader is not about to show up and murder us for knowing this information.
Well, yeah, he's dead.
Mostly because he's dead, but yes.
Well, I don't know. In the trilogy, post-trilogy thingies. Wasn't there that emo kid that was like Darth Vader's successor?
No, none of that.
Anyway.
Another timeline, so...
None of that sequel trilogy bullshit.
I don't think he was talking about that. I think he was talking about Force Unleashed, but I don't consider that canon either.
Oh god, that's like just as bad.
Yeah.
Anyway, moot point.
Yeah. I was going to say something, but it totally slipped my mind. Well, unless...
No, we did discover that it was Imperial encryption and Imperial frequency.
Oh, but to talk about that upgrade that you wanted, that would just be a slicing computer. That is, like, cryptography is one of the things they're used for, as in breaking encryptions, whether those are on computer systems or communications.
Okay, so is that something that we could buy relatively easily here?
I think one of you already has them. As for buying one...
I meant one to permanently leave on the ship, not on a person. Essentially, I'm clearing a little spot on one of the communication desks and putting the, slicing laptop there.
There are 500 credits, so... Yeah.
Okay.
I had to check.
But that's something that's relatively easy to come across. I'm looking for it in the handbook right now.
Yep, it's only rarity 4.
Okay.
Which is like decently rare, but not super rare.
Okay, so that's something to add for the shopping list for the ship.
All right. Unless you're doing anything else, I think we can sort of skip through the rest of Aiden's healing here.
Sure.
I believe.
All right. So yeah, at the end of the day, Aiden, you're able to make another resilience check, again with a boost die, thanks to Tenorak. Who I assume would have been tending to him a little to help him recover. We'll say that he did that. Okay, and you should roll
back
one
in just
purple.
a second.
Yep, so you're able to recover your other critical injury, and at the end of that time, all of your wounds recover, so you are now back up to full strength.
It's like midnight, he pops out of the pod, like, yeah, I feel great!
Well, time for bed.
I just slept the whole day!
Oh well, better get your sleep schedule back in order then.
No, you didn't sleep all day. Remember we dragged you to that meeting where I talked the FBI out of executing us?
Yeah, well, at midnight they wake you up in the tank, and they scrub all the slime off you and kick you back into a bunk somewhere to complete your rest.
I mean, we got bunks on the ship you can sleep in are a lot nicer than
they're like,
barracks.
alright, you've been in here long enough, Pruny. Get out of here. We got other people waiting in line.
Alright. Thanks. Bye. And then he'll just jog to the ship.
Alright. Now that that's done, and I think at the end of that day you would have another 2 hull trauma off of your ship. So you should be at 18 now?
2 days have passed, so yep, 18.
2 days have passed. Now, at this point, you would start hearing about the other missions that you chose not to go on have gone swimmingly. They recovered a bunch of material from that supply depot, and the planet-wide communication network has been brought down. Or at least the Imperial one. They still have civilian communication networks.
We don't want to fuck with Comcast.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do.
And,
Comcast is evil.
So, as a result of all of these
joke.
These attacks that have been going on, the government of Ord Mantell has declared martial law, and they have activated their defensive shield over the capital worldport. Now, what that means at this point is that you can't, starting on this day, you can't go to Worldport anymore. There are other cities that you can go to, and you can obviously do shopping within the camp on Quan Chi, but Worldport is now off limits.
Okay.
And with those missions being concluded, there are now new ones.
Oh ho.
Which I will begin. Actually, before I post those, let me go get some water.
But yeah, Devati, after the next mission, I think it would be useful to pick up a slicing unit and keep it on the ship for intercepting communiques.
Sure.
I've decided what Pokemon I'm going to go with for my flying. Emolga. If I can find one. Flying electric.
And I'm back.
Welcome back.
All right. Yeah, so as Raptor Company Command is sort of outlining these new missions that they have planned, they explain that the activities that have been conducted so far have all been sort of preparatory work to prepare for a attack on the capital of Worldport. And the missions that will follow will be sort of setting the stage for the main force to come in and begin the attack. The first of which is to secure a landing zone for that force. So, yeah, what the hell, I'll read them. For our assault on Worldport to succeed, we will need to establish multiple landing zones within the city from which to deploy our ground forces. There are a series of shipyards on the outskirts which will serve our purpose, but they are located under the city's defensive shield and are protected by point defense turbo laser emplacements. To clear a path for our transports, advance teams will be sent in to secure these landing zones and destroy their defenses from the ground. The garrison's infantry forces will be an obstacle, but choosing to target these outer docks should buy our teams valuable time before the enemy is able to respond. And then that leads us to the second option, which is to bring down the defensive shield. And yeah, they would explain what I already did, which is that they've declared martial law and put the shield up. Then the shield will need to be deactivated before our main force can be deployed. Unfortunately, the shield generators are located in the city center and will be heavily defended, making a direct assault inadvisable. Instead, a small strike force will have to land at a safe distance and infiltrate the downtown area through the tunnel network that runs underneath it. This will allow them to reach the generator's dedicated power supply and destroy it, disabling the shield. And now for the final option, there is sabotaging the power plant. To facilitate our attack on the capital, the city's power grid will need to be brought offline. This will greatly hinder the enemy's ability to coordinate a response, which will be critical in overcoming their far superior numbers. A series of power plants are scattered throughout the city, including one near the outer fringes, making it an ideal target. These power plants are redundant, so simply destroying one will only result in a local outage. To achieve a full citywide blackout, a team will have to make their way inside and sabotage the controls to cause a power surge, triggering a cascade failure of Whirlport's entire distribution network. So, yeah, basically.
I think we should sabotage power plants. For no particular reason.
Why, are you saying you have some experience with power plants and the like?
I can neither confirm nor deny any experience that I have in the sabotage of any power plant of the galaxy.
I'll cast my vote.
Now, I'm sure there are questions about the logistics of how any of these attacks will work that you'll want to ask.
Naturally.
Yes. If there's this big shield that stops people from getting in or out, how do we do the how do we get in?
By walking in.
Yeah.
A lot of the shields used in Star Wars allow like slow-moving objects to just pass right through.
So it's actually not one of those. This is like the shield on Hoth, where think of a big umbrella.
One of those.
You can't fly through it from the sky, but you can walk under it. It's just to protect against like orbital bombardment and to stop the enemy from landing troops as easily. If you're really daring, you can fly under it, but well, I mean, you're having to fly very close to the ground, which is usually dangerous, so yeah.
Oh, with our ship right now, I wouldn't want to try it. But if it's at full health, I'm totally game.
Yeah, I'm thinking we either want to do the defensive shield or the power plant, because that involves basically walking into the objective without risking the ship more.
Yeah.
So we're not talking one of these shields.
Brinks has his vote in.
Not that. It's the quote-unquote energy field over Hoth.
Okay.
However, as for the first one, you do not have to use your ship. There is a troop transport that they will offer you for that as well.
Yeah, that one was a ground assault.
Right.
Well, it's not a ground assault.
It was a ground assault.
But the way our team functions, we're better suited, I think, for more deep penetration strikes behind enemy lines rather than a general infantry force.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be clear,
better as a strike package.
That's what that top option is as well. You're going to be like flying past the defenses to secure a landing zone for the force when it comes in later, and then you're going to have like a strike force with you who's going to go around and like blow up all of the turbo laser replacements.
Right. I vote shield.
I gotta put emphasis on power plant. I even have pre-existing experience with bringing them down.
I was gonna say I'm waiting for the rest of everybody else to kind of voice their opinion.
Doc,
Aiden.
Braytech, do you have a preference?
What was the question?
Which mission would you prefer?
Let's see.
I have no preference as long as we're paid well.
I also don't really have a preference.
I know part of the reason I also recommend the power plants is, in addition to possessing party members with pre-existing experience, it's also potentially among the softer of targets.
Yeah, the shield's going to probably be well protected. Whereas the power distribution center probably won't have as much. Yeah, you're right.
Maybe, although
The power surge one doesn't talk about the defenses at all.
yes, and that's important.
Is there less intelligence about that, or do they just not put in the brief?
Well,
Like, I would ask about what's known about the defenses around the power plant.
So that is the big question mark with that mission, which is that there is not as much information on how exactly the power plant is defended, because it's not a military target, or at least not a traditional one.
Sounds to me like it also allows us to utilize the skills of some of our more subtle members.
Let's say, and we can blend in as civvies, so going from power plant to, or we're not going from power plant to power plant, we're trying to get to the distribution center.
Aiden, your thoughts?
Well, I pretty much failed stealth last time, but hopefully I'll do better this time. And it sounds like the power plant is the best out of everyone thinks. Most people.
Let's say, my only question about the shield run is the tunnel networks. How much information is known about those tunnel networks? How well defended are they? Are there patrols in them, or are they just like, catacombs?
They're not catacombs, they're highway tunnels. There are maps of them. As for how well defended they are, you don't know.
So either way, we're walking into an unknown situation, but
Yeah.
But you said that's at the center of the city? The center of the shield?
Yes, you're going to the center of the city. You're just going through a route that you think will be less defended.
My issue with the shield one is extraction. Once that team blows that generator, the wrath of God is going to fall down upon that location. So they need to get out, and they need to get out quick. What's their plan to get that team out of there alive?
Well, if you're asking Command what the plan is, they have speeder bikes that they can offer you.
Okay. Well, I didn't know if they had a plan. So if the answer is no, that's up to us to determine.
Well, their plan is that you would have transportation to get you through the tunnels quickly. Like they're not gonna send a ship in there to pick you up. That would be suicide.
It's kind of my point, though, is once that generator blows, that whole area is gonna be swarming. There won't be any undefended way out of there. Whereas the power plant is a lot closer to the edge, which makes extraction a lot more straightforward.
Yeah, I mean, it is still under the shield, so you're running into the same issue as the shipyards one, where you're having to contend with the point defenses.
Right, but what I mean, though, is we don't even need to fly a ship in there. We can just take the airspeeder bikes, or the land speeder that we still have in our ship, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you borrowed that from them, but there's nothing stopping you from borrowing it again.
Right. And just, we land outside the shield, drive in as civvies, as our cachet as traders, and, go to the power plant and run away. Yeah, and then after we blow the power plant, we run. And we run back to the ship and we fly away. We don't appear as a military asset outside the shield.
Yeah, I should clarify with the whole martial law war declared thing that, they're doing that to keep civilians off the streets. As in, people are being herded into shelters or evacuated.
What do you do with that as it comes up? No, we're from out of town. We didn't know there was a
evacuation. You said?
Oh, guess we'd better get going.
Huh? What?
Pew pew.
Well, what I was thinking is our ship's beat up. If we were to drain most of the... How long does it take to fuel up an empty starship?
To fuel it all the way from empty, maybe like an hour.
Oh, okay. It's...
Actually, no, that's... I'm trying to think of my experience with boats, because I did used to have to do that. It does take a while.
Right. The idea, what I'm thinking of is we're the evacuation boat. Unfortunately, we got shot to shit and we're out of fuel. So we land, and we were like, all right, we need to get repair parts because the ship won't work. We also need fuel so they can start fueling us up. Meanwhile, we go hit the power plant, we come back, and we evacuate civilians.
35 minutes for 63,000 gallons.
The problem is if it's only an hour, it's really not enough time. We would need like a day. We would basically need to crash the ship onto the pad. And then need a day to repair it.
Why not just smuggle ourselves in? We have a smuggler.
True. And we also have Imperial uniforms.
Mm-hmm.
Might look weird over top of your armor, but they might buy it.
We don't need everyone to be in Imperial uniforms, just officers, and then they have a defensive cadre around them.
A defensive cadre of irregulars.
Yes. Basically, me, Nevin, and Tenorok all dress up as officers. Aiden, Braytak, and Ordo are the, our personal guards. Due to
That one hard. Tenorok still has his Imperial uniform in his closet.
Right. You've got an actual, well-fitting one, and the rest of us have disguises. And we just walk in. Like we own the place, because we do. This is ours now.
Alright. So you're... How exactly are you going to get there, to be clear?
Well, I was going to ask Raptor Company if they have an actual, Imperial shuttle that would show up as an actual Imperial naval vessel on IFF.
That's the exact kind of thing that they would not have on their...
that's the kind of thing they're trying to avoid.
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
I don't know if you remembered the mission to the supply depot. They had to hijack a bunch of cargo shuttles to do that, and then they abandoned them, because bringing them back up there would have been too dangerous.
Got it. Okay,
Those things are full of trackers.
Mm-hmm. All right. Then, in that case... yeah, we fly in our civilian ship. All we need is permission to land and disembark. The ship can take off again. We could
also not use the ship and just go with a land speeder. If we're going to do the Imperial ruse.
Is there wilderness on this planet, or is it Ecumenivis?
Oh, no, there's lots of wilderness.
Near the shield? Near
no,
the power
shield,
plant.
The power plant is in the city.
Right, but what's the distance from the power plant to wilderness?
Let me think about this.
Because if we're landing if we don't need to land, we can just come in, drop the airspeeder with the assault team, and just be waved off because, we couldn't find a place to land because you're all locked down. Our bad, and we fly away. And we just come back to pick up the team when they're done.
So I'm going to talk about this the only way that my brain can communicate it, which is in terms of car travel time. So replace car with land speeder. The city would, or the power plant would be about an hour from like the furthest outskirts of the city, as in like that's the furthest out it goes, and then after that you're just in the desert. And the edge of the shield is in between those two.
Okay. So I'm thinking, yeah, we fly our ship, which looks shoot to shit. We immediately start coming in low for a landing, and saying our ship is damaged. We're requesting to dock so we can repair. They're going to tell us we can't because of the emergency going on.
Martial law will prevent that.
Right. At that point, we'll fly low over a wilderness zone, drop the land speeder with the crew on it, the assault team. And if questioned, the excuse is, well, our ship is damaged, and it very obviously is, and that's simply the only way we were able to turn around and return to orbit without overflying anything critical. And at that point, the assault team's on the ground. After the power plant blows up, we don't need to be coy about it. We'll just zoom in, pick him up, and run.
Yep. How many days until these 3 operations are going to happen?
So
we've had 2 so far.
Yep, you had 2, and let me think here. You do have a bit of wiggle room in terms of when you want to do it, because you're in a command role on whichever mission you pick. You're getting to determine the plan.
Well, I'm assuming the shield and the power plants are going to happen simultaneously. Those two kind of have to happen together.
Yeah, but these are being coordinated.
Mm-hmm. So what you're saying is Devati has enough pull that we could push it off as far as we can to get as much health back on the ship. That's what I'm looking at, timescale wise.
Yep. So if you wanted as much as you could get,
I just want enough time to repair the ship more so that
we don't get one shot.
When we run, we don't get one shot.
So if you want to.
If you
want as much time as command will give you, you could get 3 days, which would put you at 12 hull trauma out of 24.
Okay, I'll take that.
Is it possible for me to try to repair the ship to increase that?
To try to repair it faster than is normally possible?
Yes.
You could try. It's not easy.
He likes not easy.
They've got enough people working on it that just having more hands around is not going to solve the problem.
But he knows ways to do it better.
Mm. Yeah, this is going to be... We'll make it a difficulty 4 mechanics check.
I can give him unskilled assistance. I've been watching the mechanics.
Hold on, before you roll that.
Also, I changed my mind. It's difficulty 5, because you're trying to do something that isn't normal.
Briggs, there might be something that is better suited to your skill set.
Oh?
I want you to make our ship look more damaged than it actually is. Fake battle damage on the outside. So that when we're pulling the initial drop-off ruse, we look like we have suffered worse hull trauma than we have.
You get the smoke bombs, I'll get the sparklers.
Briggs is going to pull out his carbine, close the cargo door and start blasting it to get a little bit of carbon scoring.
Yep.
And is in general just going to go, not too ham.
Even in the shape that it's in, your small arms, aside from certain weapons that deal a ton of damage and can ignore armor, you're not going to deal any damage to the ship.
Oh yes. You see, the intent with blasting it with my carbine isn't to deal actual damage, it's to add small arms carbon scoring.
Make it look like it was shot at a lot, which technically it is getting shot at a lot.
Both by terrestrial and air units.
Yeah, you think that would be believable. If you've been paying attention to the news as to what's going on Ord Mantell and in Worldport, as soon as the news broke that the government was apparently working with the Pentastar alignment, because that's common knowledge now, there were riots in the streets. So there has been unrest that led to this declaration of martial law as well.
Yeah, so I'll apply a little bit of carbon scoring to our primary entranceway. That way it looks like it was shot at.
Mm.
And then, yeah, to the more theatrical elements.
Oh boy. More smoke grenades in the engines.
Smoke grenades, sparklers, all held together by the Star Wars equivalent of Gorilla Glue and string.
No duct tape and chicken wire?
No,
Duct tape and chicken wire.
Duct tape and chicken wire would be, like, too classy for what you guys think Brinks is willing to use.
The resources cost too much.
So like Crayola model magic.
I guess that's what we're going with.
Cardboard and Elmer's glue.
Mm.
Yep. Because the party has concluded, Brinks can't mechanics. That is what I am doing. Cardboard, Elmer's glue, and Crayola. Okay, joking aside, yeah, I'm actually going to try to, like, again, make the ship look fucked up.
Mm-hmm. So we're going to do this the same way we did last time. Roll a mechanics check with no difficulty, and then remember what your roll is.
Did someone say they're helping me?
Oh yeah, I'll be giving unskilled.
Yeah, you can give him unskilled assistance by shooting the ship.
Yeah, and then taking like a torch to the armor panels, but not scoring them deeply.
Yeah, hey, Aiden's out of the operating room. You could have him
Stand around.
Some of it.
No, you could have him hit the ship with his flamer.
Oh yeah, true. That'd be some carbon scoring.
Aiden, right here. I need you to roast that.
Whoosh.
You see how that panel is untouched?
Raptor
Make
companies
it
and
different
mechanics are probably thinking we've gone insane.
I swear to God, at this rate, I really do need to take Technician Modder so that my signature vehicle of what I do is actually making the really pretty ship look like it's been through hell.
Oh, that's a very nice roll.
5 successes, 1 triumph.
Yeah.
I'm just curious if one. What the fuck is that?
What did you do?
I just copied the results.
Oh, apparently
So
it's
apparently
it's an
triumph
emoji.
is an.
Oh, that's silly. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm just gonna paste it in my sheet because I'll most likely be using it with my deception roll too. So
I wonder if that's like a joke they put in there.
I just love how this has come about. We have this really nice ship with bonuses to like persuading people because it's just such a peaceful, nice looking ship. And my job as the engineer is to in fact fuck the ship up superficially.
Oh no, it's entirely unintentional. Apparently the actual name of that emoji is Triumph.
Yeah.
Huh. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, we're doing the equivalent of walking into the ship barber and just like pointing at our head and going, just fuck the shit up.
Mm-hmm. So you've all seen the Blues Brothers, right?
Yes.
You've created the Bluesmobile. Like you've taken a Crown, the space equivalent of a Crown Vic, like a very beautiful car, and you've just absolutely beat it to shit.
So, Devati, do you have any like ex-girlfriends that you walked out on the wedding day that we need to be worried about?
you know he would never tell us, right?
Right. I just ask because I'd be concerned if Princess Leia showed up with a rocket launcher.
Yeah, like Braytak just got out of prison.
Nope. And Devati puts on some sunglasses. It's because we're on a mission from God. Let's go.
Mm.
Dun, 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 dun.
All right. Well, if you don't have any other preparations to make, then we can skip ahead to the actual day of.
Oh, you're gonna hate me then, because I gotta use the restroom.
Go right ahead.
Better now than mid-combat.
Yeah,
Well, I will.
There is one other question: how many people can fit inside the land speeder?
So actually, that's an important question, which is the land speeder that you took would have been enough to hold the whole infiltration team that you sent. So it would have been pretty sizable. We'll say that what you had was like a truck.
It would have been the number of seats needed for the infiltration team.
Yeah, well, which would have been a lot of people though, because I think you had a sizable group. You had like 5, and then plus a handful of you.
Yeah. There was 4 upright bipedals because even though Disco Ball went with them,
Yeah,
he doesn't really need a seat.
he doesn't need a seat, but mechanically he counts as a person.
Wait, really quick, cover the plan for me again.
Somebody else do it.
So we're taking our ship with this land speeder. We will be doing a low altitude aerial drop in the land speeder out the back of the ship into the wilderness. We will then drive, and from the map we know it's about a 2-hour drive from that location through the shield, through the city to the power plant. At which point we will infiltrate and sabotage said power plant. And in the confusion, we will then make our retreat to the ship. At that point, the ship will actually land. We'll get on the ship will take off, and everyone gets home happy.
What's my role?
You're going to be on us with the land speeder because in that infiltration, well, while we'll probably try to be quiet at the beginning, it's quite likely that there won't be a quiet way in, and we're simply going to have to go through some security. And that's where your role comes in.
I remember seeing a lot of Clatunians in the Imperial Armada.
Okay.
Your private security, Devontae's pretty high ranked.
We're not going with the deception plan. We're going in as we are. This is very strictly like we'll just appear to. We won't be wearing military uniforms. We'll be going in as civilians, driving around. Then we get to the power plant, and then we essentially just assault it. Hopefully. Hopefully it won't be heavily guarded.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
If it's heavily guarded, we'll have to figure out a way to infiltrate it. But there's a good chance that we'll have to go through some security at some point, and that's where your particular skills will come in handy.
Clatunian Cree.
Yes. Yes, I'm sure you do.
We could also just, find some workers and take their clothes. I hear that works.
They'll
Right,
have to,
so plan
you'll have to find like a
set.
Wookiee then for you to find clothes that'll fit over your armor.
They don't wear clothes though.
That's the joke.
God,
We
that'd
could
be
shave
very
them.
weird to see.
I'm just imagining a T-shirt.
A
Yeah, looks
Wookiee
like a-
wearing overalls.
Yeah. It's like some Berenstein Bears shit.
So yeah, anyone got any problems with that plan?
Nope.
What's the plan?
We sit in land speeder and ship. Ship goes low. We use land speeder to jump out of ship onto ground. Ship goes away. Land speeder go to power plant. We sabotage power plant. We return and get picked up by ship. We run.
That sound kosher.
Yeah, the land speeder that you have is like the equivalent of a sprinter van, basically. If you wanted to build your technical, this actually wouldn't be a bad starting point.
Okay.
We want to armor this thing up.
I mean, we don't have time to armor this one up. I would ask if Raptor Company has any, like, PAM rockets and a sled so that we can, make it so this thing can get to the ground in one piece when we airdrop it. Basically, we don't want the time of we don't want the ship to land because that kind of gives away that they did something. So we just want it to be low altitude.
Ah.
And then the land speeder you just dropped. Like, we open up the cargo door, we shove the land speeder with us in and out the back. And then use, like, some PAM rockets to soften the landing so that the land speeder doesn't crash.
Lalo drop.
Well, so
Would
it
it be-
is a repulsor craft, a ground-borne repulsor craft, but
So we can just jump at low altitude. Would it need any assistance to safely leave the ship?
so the problem is when it hits the ground, are the repulsors strong enough that it won't just crash into the ground and sustain massive damage?
Yeah,
Now,
that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, so that is not normally the case, but it can be achieved by
Just add extra power. Basically, you add extra power and crank the
Do you know what a
repulsor
PAM
beyond
rocket
safe
is?
limit for one jump.
I don't, but I can imagine what it is.
They're small solid rocket boosters that are meant. They're called payload assist modules, and they're meant for positioning spacecraft. They're one-time use type retro rocket type things. If you've ever watched a Soyuz landing, like a video of it, right before it hits the ground, you'll see some small rockets fire on the sides to soften the landing as it lands because it lands on the ground instead of the
Right.
water.
That's
Those are
my point.
those are
It's
PAM
just-
Those are PAM rockets. I'm talking about something like that, or the Star Wars equivalent, since they probably don't just use actual SRBs for that.
They don't really use rockets in Star Wars. at
That's
least
what I
not
mean.
for that.
But if they have
Yeah.
like some like battery powered repulsors, we can just strap to the side of this thing to slow down just for the descent.
If you wanted to build something like that, you might be able, because you're in a junkyard, you might be able to salvage some repulsors off of various random shit you find lying around and strap them to it to achieve something.
Technically, we have 3 days that we spent waiting for the ship to get repaired. So
You did.
Right.
So I'm giving this to you because you have a time budget to work with.
Yeah, then I would like to do so.
essentially make a repulsor PAM rocket for the landing craft.
Yeah, it's basically, I want some repulsors, I just want a battery and a switch. You turn them on, those repulsors are now on and firing to give you additional lift, to retard the blow from landing.
All right. Well, it would be mechanics.
Would the Raptor company, since this is for their operation, be able to offer technical assistance with this?
Yeah, we'll say they could send people out to scour what they've already. Well, they would go through what they've gathered from the junkyard, and they could send some people out to look for the kind of thing that you're looking for. Like, just find some really strong repulsors that you could strap on there.
I was figuring he meant more the building part of it,
Oh, yeah,
creation
well,
of the
they-
device, not the
Yeah,
gathering.
that too. I mean,
Well, would it be safer for them to help us than rely entirely on Brinks?
well,
No
they're not
offense,
gonna,
Brinks.
well, I'll tell you right now, they're not going to do it for you. That's not how this game works. If you want some cool shit, you got to do it yourself.
Fair enough.
However,
Pulls that welding tool.
if you want to get this done in 3 days, they will provide you with sufficient personnel, Brinks, that you have basically a pit crew that you're overseeing who's going to help you install this.
Fuck yeah. What am I rolling?
It's mechanics, and we'll say it's difficulty 4, because this is not easy, but
Do we have a life side point for him to use for this? Because this is kind of important.
We
I
do
think-
have one sitting.
I
We
think I
should
gave
use
you-
that.
Yeah, just the one.
Someone to roll it?
You need it rolled for you?
Yeah, I'm already tapping at my thing. Alright, and this is going to give me a...
It's an upgrade.
So if I have 3 yellows and nothing else, that gives me a green.
Yes.
Okay.
And does the pit crew
V4.
offer skilled, unskilled? What does it get for having the pit crew?
We'll say unskilled assistance.
So does that boost make it 4 yellows?
1 boost.
One. Okay, alright, green and a boost.
Yes.
Against 4 purples.
Against 4 purple.
How many blues equals a green?
3 successes, 2
2
threats and a
threats.
triumph?
I'm going to hold on to those threats, but with those 3 successes,
Oh, please do.
and especially that triumph, you are able to. So you have these guys like scavenge everything they go through what they've gathered and they scavenge the scrapyard, and they're able to find like a bunch of sort of like old hot rod land speeders, and they're able to salvage not the repulsors that hold them aloft, but the engines that make them go really fast. And what you end up doing is you strap 4 of those engines vertically to the side of this thing so that you can drop it out of your ship and then fire those at the right time in order to soften the blow and have it not crash into the ground. And then after that, they can be detached. Because they're big engines attached to the side of your speeder. I'm not sure if you want those or not.
I would have preferred the repulsor system.
Well, these are repulsors, but they're strong.
Yeah, no, I meant I mean I would have preferred like it becoming more of a permanent. We can increase the elevation of the ship higher than normal.
We can pick them back up when we extract.
Well, that was something you could have done. However, doing it this way allows you to drop them from greater height.
Okay.
And something that we should also be taking into account here is we're jury rigging stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Like we're operating within time and resource confines, and none of this is really going to function long term.
Yep.
It only needs to work for like 12 seconds.
If that.
Yeah, I prefer 24 seconds. To give us a nice round. Double that. Always double whatever the numbers are.
But we got something that works. So, get that loaded in the bottom deck of the ship.
Mm-hmm.
And then, how many crew did you say this thing could hold?
That's a good question. Let me I could actually, yeah, that's what I should do. Give me a second. I'm gonna put up I'm gonna stat up a stat block for this thing real quick.
Okay.
No worries.
While you're doing that, who's driving?
I'm flying.
Yeah, you're flying the ship. Who has piloting planetary?
I have 1 rank. A yellow and 2 greens.
Oh, actually, while you're answering that question, I have something else to give you that I forgot to. Man, it must be high res if it's taken that long to load.
Yeah.
It's just 1 page of my my handbook or my GM book that I converted into a PNG. I don't know why it's so big.
I don't know. If you open and then do open original, it works in a web browser. Okay, so we have to bring one of these guys with us?
Oh my god, yeah, wow, it's really high res. I didn't mean for it to be so high res, but the important thing is that those are your options for allies you can bring with you that you had before.
I can see every last detail of those letters.
The way I did that was by printing it to PDF and then converting the PDF page to a PNG. Apparently it kept all of the resolution when I did that.
Wow, that is big. Holy fuck.
Yeah, I didn't mean for it to be that big. But anyway, you've unlocked 2 additional ally commanders that you can bring with you, and they do things.
Did Svensson want to join us, my little gunner buddy?
Yeah, he can come with you if you want.
I get a gunner buddy.
I mean, that it sounds like, wasn't that gunner buddy part of infiltrator team? I gotta be honest, we've had good experiences with infiltrator team, and we're trying to infiltrate.
Do you think you want to take Senishir?
Yeah, Senishir. That's the same one, right, Pete?
Yep.
Correct.
Yep. Senishir, we've had good luck with her.
It's also the gangsters.
Yeah,
there is the gangster with that nice benefit.
The reason I brought up the gangster is because, well, he makes all of you good at piloting planetary, but he can also pilot for you. Anyway, that should do better. Oh.
Oh.
I think we just
I
did
can
the same thing twice.
Did you take a snip of it?
Yes.
Yep, that's exactly what I did. So I could actually pull it up in the damn chat instead of having to tab out.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm thinking we should go with Infiltrator again.
I think so as well, especially with you having
Okay.
rank and planetary. You can
Works
pilot the
for
thing just
me.
fine.
Yeah, you're just gonna end up driving, Branks.
Wait, seriously, no one else here has piloting planetary?
I only have 3 greens in it, and I don't actually have career in it.
I have 5 green.
Also, Niven has to remain on the ship, or our ship is going to have
Yeah.
problems.
Yeah, I'm pilot, so I can't really...
Sorry, Aiden, I cut you off. What was that?
I have 5 green.
Wait,
2 greens
does
better
that mean
than
I
one?
can actually like give him skilled assistance, like driver's ed bullshit?
Yeah, you can show him how to. You can show him how to drive while you're preparing for this mission.
So Branks is going to run shotgun and therefore be able to offer skilled assistance on basic
Yes.
driving.
He's going to sit in shotgun, and he's going to have his hand on like the little handle that you use to pull yourself out of the passenger seat. He's going to keep his hand there the whole time.
If we're about to hit a wall, it's going to look like something like this. Aiden's driving, we're about to hit crash and die. Brink's going to be like, well, you failed your driving test. He's going to just jetpack right out of the seat.
Yep. He goes through the windshield. But it's okay.
The whole time we're descending, we just hear on the comm link, Branks just saying over and over to Aiden, just feather the clutch, feather the clutch.
An explosion from down below, and a thunk on the back door as Brinks hits it.
Oh no, not again.
Alright, so planned all figured out.
Sounds like it. You've got your unorthodox landing assistance mechanism.
Did we put explosive bolts on them?
Sure, why not?
Well, I mean, if we're not going to keep them and it is temporary, might as well get rid of them as quickly as possible.
Yeah,
Better than using Velcro, which is what my original plan was.
You know, if we
I
actually
forgot we
take
had
the
that rule.
speeder, if I take Modder, I could make it a signature vehicle. Also, funny thing I just realized, if I take Fancy Paint Job, I could probably just call fucking up our ship the paint job.
Yeah, we just had you do cosmetic stuff to assist with
shabby paint job.
Yeah, we'll call it Mandalorian Shab.
There's got to be
I'm
something.
assuming we're going to do a dry run of...
We don't have time. Let's go.
Oh yeah, that's true, we don't. We waited.
Vroom vroom!
Alright, it sounds like you guys are embarking on your mission. So I hear you're taking the infiltrator with you?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yep,
How many
so-
embarkment team can we fit in this land speeder? I don't know if you put that stat block up.
Oh, I never actually got around to doing that. Let me do that.
So Svensson's on the gun turrets with me?
Yeah.
I mean, depending on how many we can fit in the land speeder, there might be enough left over from Infiltrator Squad to man all the guns.
Yeah, I have 3 guys on the guns and I can completely focus on flying. But no, I meant I wanted to keep Svensson on our ship after we leave this planet. And he's just permanent gunnery. Or co-pilot.
So who's all on the infiltration team again?
All right, there you go. And here's a little peek behind the curtain at what my... Well, actually, you've already seen them, but yeah, this is how I do stat blocks for this game.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's got speed 1, the handling is terrible, 6 Ultra Armor threshold, 4 System Strength threshold, and a single point of armor.
Hey, it's better than no armor.
Mm-hmm. And his capacity is 16. That's quite big.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is like it's a van.
Right.
Like a big van.
Yeah, it's like an open top troop transport.
Yeah, well, except it's not open top. It's enclosed. But yeah.
Oh, it's already enclosed? Cool.
Yeah, it's a van.
So we got a panel van.
So we got a panel.
Big
who's
panel.
all in the
Yeah, what you've got is you've got like 2 rows of seating in the back going along either side that can seat 8 people to a bench because the thing is long enough for that. And then you've got the driver and the passenger. So that makes, it would be 7 to a seat, not 8. So yeah, 7 and 7 in the back, and then 2 in the front.
Right.
Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm. And so let's see. So there are 6 of us. Niven won't be coming down to the surface with us, so that means we could bring 11 infiltrator squad with us. So obviously we'd be bringing the boss infiltrator and then like 10 of our goons.
Mm-hmm. That leaves 4 to go on the ship with you, including Svensson.
Right. So yeah, a co-pilot and 3 gunners.
Yeah, well, they don't have to be gunners. They can do other things.
Yeah, they could like do emergency repairs and shit on the ship.
They can do emergency repairs. They can fuck with the shields for you. All that.
Yeah.
They're not especially good at it, but they can do it.
They can mess up the organization of my engine room.
Yep, they can. Well, they can't adjust the pilot's seat settings. They can adjust the gunner's seat settings,
which are different every time we sit down because we're always like scrambling to get someone in there anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think that's how we'll split it up, and then we launch.
Cool. All right. So you've presently got 12 wounds out of 24 on the Peaceful Intentions.
Mm-hmm.
And you begin making your way. Well, first you have to actually go down to the planet, but then you can make your way over land towards Worldport.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, as you draw near to the city, you're contacted in much the same way that you were last session by an Imperial comms officer. And as you're drawing near to the city, they would inform you strictly that martial law has been declared and they order you to land. The order is basically, don't fly any closer.
Okay. How far are we from the city at this point? Are we near the LZ we picked out?
This would put you at like the 1 hour point.
Oh, because we're at that LZ we picked out.
Yeah, more or less.
Alright, so, yeah, so Niven, I'm going to go into the speeder with the rest of them, so you're going to be here. Tell them you're coming into land, per their instructions. And then tell them you're unable due to damage, and as a result, you're going to return to orbit.
All right, sounds good.
Well, your ship can currently land, so that's deception. It will be... How did we do this last time?
Well, he would get the upgrade from the ship being the good ship.
Yep, that he would.
We're not in visual range though, so the fuck up paint job won't really do much, right?
No, this is just
we weren't intercepted.
Yeah, they can tell that this is like a Well, the GX-1 is not traditionally a merchant vessel. It's traditionally a diplomatic vessel, but they can identify what kind of ship you are, and that plays into this.
Mm-hmm.
Here, let me roll first.
I'm typing up the distribution. Actually, I don't need anything more than the goons on the ship, so I can just go down assault team now. Oh. Ranks 8 in Tenerac. Sashimi.
Here's actually a procedural question, Pete.
Mm-hmm.
After we see your roll, are we allowed to spend a light side point if we wanted to?
We don't have
any.
any.
Had one?
Yeah, that happens on your roll, not my roll.
Right, but since it's the reason I'm asking is because that would essentially mean you can't spend a dark side point.
No, I can.
How would that work?
It would upgrade the difficulty.
It's an imposed check, though. There is no difficulty.
No, you're the difficulty, so it would downgrade it. Although, actually, yeah, you're right. Shit.
That's why I was asking procedurally.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You raise a good point. So yeah, in the future when we do this, I will ask you beforehand if you're going to spend a die, and then I'll do my roll. If you want to spend one, well, no, you can't. But
we don't have any.
Because otherwise, we get an advantage of choosing whether or not we want to spend one based on how many successes we need to hit.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's intentional. That's why I was asking if that's a procedural question.
Yeah, no.
So 11 goons in the assault team?
Yeah. I think so.
I think I got that right.
11 and then 5 of you.
I think I got
too
the
many
distribution
goons.
there.
Only 10 goons in the airship. There's isn't enough space for them otherwise.
Easy enough to fix. All right, so what am I rolling? Deception, you said?
Deception.
And you get to upgrade it because of the ship type.
You do.
So I get just a free yellow or green to yellow?
Free green to yellow.
All right. Well, that comes in handy that I already have 2 yellows. Oof.
Not in handy enough. However, that is not your last line of defense. That would be the roll from earlier.
That is true. 5 successes and 1 triumph.
Yep. Now, let me see if I can beat that. I'm going to spend 1 first. Yeah, no way. So they're skeptical at first, and they we'll say they gain a visual through somebody. You wouldn't even know who, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, as a result of how absolutely beat up your ship is, and you can bring that up when you make your excuse, then they would buy your story.
Yeah, basically it's well, I'm unable to flag off and land, so I'm going to go back to orbit and try, repairing and waiting for this crap to end. So I'm just going to turn around. Is that okay, boys?
Well, I'm guessing that's after you make your attempt, quote unquote, to land.
Yeah, basically they, after they see, they make the visual, the confirmation, and then they basically send me back a.
Right, and when he goes low to make that landing attempt, that's when we jump the speeder out.
Mm-hmm. Now, are you trying to do this at all covertly, or are you doing it out in the open?
Covertly,
I would assume I would pick between buildings that I can fit behind.
I mean, you said it's out in the wilderness still.
You're at the 1 hour point, which is where the city is giving way to the desert. So You can land in the
I
desert.
thought we picked an LZ an hour away from that.
An hour away
into the wilderness, like it was a 2-hour trip from our LZ to the power plant.
Oh, that was what you meant. Okay, yeah, you could have done that, but I think I misunderstood what you were trying to do. Then yes.
in the desert, like an hour into the desert, such that we wouldn't need to be covert. Because I'm sorry, dropping a land speeder with extra engines out the back of a ship just isn't gonna fly.
Yep. Then in that case, no, you don't need to be covert. You can just do it.
All right, so yeah, then I'll get the flag off command from them, and I'm like, all right, I'm returning to orbit then, and I'll turn around and fly low.
Yep.
And then eventually push the engines to go back to orbit, but dropping the land speeder first.
Yep.
I mean, we've got comlink, so we're just as soon as you tell us we're low enough, we jump out the back.
Yep.
All right, yeah. So you jump out the back in your land speeder. Now, from the way you described it, you said you wanted a button, so that's what there is. So now the question is, how accurately can you press that so that it will go off at the correct time to have you not crash into the ground horribly?
Well, I mean, you should push it right away. It's thrust. You want to slow down as quickly as you can. So.
Yeah, actually, okay, that makes sense.
So yeah, if I'm going low enough, that it's basically just as soon as the land speeder clears that, they're turning those thrusters on.
Yeah, you're turning on your retro rockets.
Yes, because the only reason there's a switch and that they're not on all the time is simply because we don't want to turn them on while we're still inside the ship.
Fair enough.
So like his hand should be like on that button, and of course we're going to make it the fist-sized red mushroom button.
Oh yeah. What else is there to do?
Yeah, and so that as we're leaving the ship, he can just push it.
Yep. Then in that case, you push the button. If you say it works that way, then there's no need for that.
That's what I was imagining when I said I want a button that we pushed and these things turn on.
Yeah, no, not like that. Like a mushroom switch, like a big emergency red button with caution tape around it. However, there is still going to be a roll from everyone inside. Because while this does work for not making you crash, it does not work for giving you a soft landing. So, let's see, this is going to be...
This is what we strap to the flight console.
Yep.
And find one of the gifts.
So, thanks to that that triumph that Brink scored when he was having them attach this, it's only going to be difficulty 2 athletics.
And okay.
This is a check against getting bounced around on the inside of the van.
Got it. Right, here's my difficulty 2 athletics. That actually isn't that bad.
Yeah. Devati, you suffer 1 strain.
Okay.
I found a big red button.
Aiden, you suffer 2 wounds.
Alright, so I have Condition, which removes 1 black per rank of condition from athletics and coordination checks, and reduces damage and strain suffered from falling by 1 per rank of it.
Okay. Then you will take 1 fewer damage from this because it is falling.
Alright, so I'm now just single purple?
No, it's the same difficulty. But if you only fail by 1, you will take no damage.
Ah, right. The black die is
Setbacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're fine.
He turned his jetpacks on for a second.
Yeah, I'm considering activate. Nah, I'm fine. Hit ground. Yeah, I'm fine.
Alright, I think I still need rolls from... Yeah,
Doc and Braytech.
Yeah, Doc and Braytech.
You need me to roll?
Athletics.
What am I athletic in?
Fall damage.
I don't fall.
Did Brayton not roll any purple? Or did I...
Oh yeah, wait, where's your purple? I knew there was something wrong with that.
What?
It's a difficulty 2 check.
Oh, I gotta roll purple?
No, but Brinks has to roll 2 purple.
Yeah, he's fine because it was a difficulty 0 check for him.
Oh, whoops.
I think I passed.
Yeah, you're fine, Braytech.
I don't know, for whatever reason I was thinking, like, contested.
No, not this time.
Not a contested or a
Oh,
threshold.
no, okay, we're gonna use the purple that you rolled. We're not redoing the roll. So, yeah, you're still fine.
What's a triumph do?
Nothing, because you did not roll a triumph.
He's going to use your 2 successes and 1
We're
advantage
not
from
throwing
before.
out the
You only
first
needed to
roll.
roll 2 purples.
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
And that just leaves Tenrock.
Mister.
Mr. Here.
What now?
Need you to roll athletics with difficulty 2.
Okay.
Yeah, we're getting to initiative window too, so.
You suffer 1 strain and 1 wound.
Ow!
Yeah, bit of a rough landing for some of you. Others weathered it just fine. And I'm not going to roll for all of the mooks with you, but they're a little shaken up by it. That'll matter later.
All right. I do radio on the long-range comm to let Nevin know that insertion was successful. We are continuing on with mission. And I'm also going to keep this comm link open.
All right. I've got you on trackers.
All right, Aiden, get us to the power plant.
All right, I'm just going to go up to a low orbit outside of the city, so I'm still, probably 100 kilometers away.
Yep.
Just far enough away that they're, not suspicious of me hanging around, but close enough that once they set the bombs, I can start moving in.
Yeah, I mean you're officially a vessel in distress here, so.
Cool.
And there's not going to be any bombs this time.
Yeah, this is where we got to go in and like do them dirty, not just blow up the power plant.
Yeah.
Oh, sabotage? Okay.
Yeah.
Vroom vroom.
Vroom vroom.
Yeah. Vroom vroom. So the yeah, I think you said the power plant was 2 hours away, so you've got 2 hours of driving to do to get there.
At least 1 hour of that is not really contested because it's wilderness.
Yep.
Can I, during those 2 hours, make a leadership check to calm everyone's nerves in the lander over that rough landing?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is there a difficulty for this?
Yeah, just make your
Normal too?
yeah, make your normal too. I think that's gonna be more than enough to well.
So I think 3 of us took strain.
Yeah, 3 of you took strain.
So the 3 successes, I can heal that. Can't do anything about wounds themselves, but I can at least unstrain us and be calming and reassuring to our guys.
Yeah, so you
As
can.
for Infiltrator Squad, I mean, they see me being reassuring. I'm being reassuring to them as well, but they're not my guys, so they probably aren't looking to me the same way.
No, that triumph will actually help them out a little bit.
Okay.
You worked with them before.
Yeah, they trust you.
Yeah, we
Get a
didn't
rapport.
leave them behind.
Yeah.
And only 2 of them went down in the original group, and that's, that was just combat. It was nothing that we did.
All right. But yeah, so the first hour goes without incident as you approach the city. And now you're starting to make your way into the outskirts towards the power plant. And let me see here. I think around this time, the person driving would have to. Are you trying to drive covertly, or are you just like booking it?
I'd suggest covertly.
Yeah, I would suggest covertly if at all possible.
Covert?
Okay. Then in that case, the person driving should make a stealth check.
The infiltrator leader does give you 3 ranks in stealth, though.
She does. Just drive casual.
Drive it like you stole it.
Is this opposed?
Yes. We'll make this against the same guy I've been using. Yeah, you're able to get through without attracting attention. And yeah, eventually you come up on this power plant. It's a pretty big building. It's the hell would it actually look like? It's got some kind of big sort of round technical looking architecture sticking out the top of it. Not like a cooling tower or anything, but some kind of cylinder where something important happens. A+ description.
Oh, who's that artist? What's his name?
Anyway, but yeah, that all this machinery is sticking out of what is otherwise a normal but very large building. It's got sort of a lot surrounding it that's fenced off. There's a gate out front. And that leads to a sort of like a docking bay for other land speeders, just for making deliveries and whatnot.
So they look kind of like one of these?
Yeah, something like that, except not that big. It's not like... I mean, those look enormous. It's not anywhere near that big.
Okay. Yeah, those are enormous.
Yeah, something more like
those
that.
Those are 50 stories tall.
Except it's not a... I can't tell if that is a power plant.
That's just a substation.
Yeah, that's... Yeah.
That's a distribution center. The substation. Yes. A big substation, but... Like, that one actually is like a 3-story building on it. That's a big one.
Yeah, this is probably a bigger building than what's in this picture that you're going to. It's like a... think of like a large warehouse or an old-style factory. And then it's just got like this big tower sticking out the top of it.
Alright. Hey, Branks, security-wise, how's it looking out there?
I didn't hear what you said. Security-wise?
Yeah, security-wise, how's it looking out there? Like, is this something we can just go through the fence on without attracting too much attention, or do we need to actually be, you know, like actually do like sneaky stuff?
So before you answer that, I should specify, as you've been coming here, it's pretty dead out here. You haven't encountered anyone else, in fact.
There's no guards?
No.
I'm gonna hold out a hand. Anyone have a pair of macro binoculars?
I would imagine somebody in that infiltration group would have a pair of binoculars just in their kit.
Yeah, sure. What the hell? What's her name? I'll have one. Svetlana.
I'll thank her and I'll start scanning the area.
Denisher?
Yes, that's the one. That's the NPC I named. Apparently, I can't remember the names of my own NPCs. It's just
There, I renamed her for you.
funny. I like it.
She's
No,
now
that's,
Sunny.
that's totally normal, Pete. Even I forget my expendable henchmen.
Yeah, all of them have like kind of generic sounding Star Wars names. So
I don't even think Underdark names his expendable henchmen.
Not really, no.
Only if you ask for them.
Oh my god.
What should I be rolling, Pete, as I scan the area?
Perception.
Do the macro binoculars affect that at all?
Yeah, you add a boost die.
Any difficulty I should be adding?
This will be an opposed check for which I will be rolling under the table. So if you want to... Oh, well, no, you don't have. In fact... Oh, well, it's too late now, but...
In fact,
him.
what?
I was going to spend a destiny point on my side of the check, but I didn't give you an opportunity to contest it. So now I'm not going to.
I don't think I have destiny points.
Well, if
We have
I
one.
spent one, you could immediately spend it to upgrade your half, but it's too late. You already rolled.
We're currently sitting on 1.
Yeah.
So if he was to use that, we would have had 2, but that's no biggie.
And we get in there, find out there's like a squad of death troopers. Phase
Undoubtedly a
1
trap.
Dark Trooper gets into a sword fight with a... Oh shit, that would be awesome. Phase 1 Dark Trooper fighting a sword fight with Braytac.
Braytech wins.
Would Pentastar
I wouldn't even
have
bet on that.
the Death Troopers?
Well, so Death Troopers are like just black armored stormtrooper, like special forces, like Navy SEALs, basically. Dark Troopers are a different thing.
Yeah, Death Troopers, I think you're thinking of these guys. Them.
Yeah, the guys that absolutely slapped in Rogue One.
Mm. Yeah, but you don't see anyone. There are other, like, land speeders parked around the outside of this place.
It would make sense. There's probably people in and around it. But nothing that he can see.
Alright, we'll just, just park like a civilian ship and we'll just, cut a hole in the fence and go in. I mean, is the gate manned?
No.
Is it open?
Yes.
This is the thing that we have to hit, right?
Yep.
Park on the street. Don't park inside the gate. But then we can just get out and walk inside.
Approach the gate, see what happens.
Pete, just because how Star Wars tends to be, is this area laid out like a real life power station where there's the big open space around it, or is this more heavily built up?
I mean, you're sort of on the outskirts of the city, but there's a big lot around it. Yeah.
Yeah. So there's street parking like around the facility that is not gated off.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Let's just park there and then walk in.
You can do that.
Try to stay near cover. Sounds like there's a lot of good places for snipers.
All right. Are you going up to the front door?
Might as well.
Wait, are we using the uniform?
What uniform?
Oh, I thought we were using uniforms.
You have 10 heavy
no,
infantry.
we decided against that. We decided that this is going to be a quote-unquote infiltration.
Yeah, the
we're here to save
shield generator. We would have probably used the
Yeah, we're here to sabotage the power plant. It does not need to remain undetected. In fact, it will be detected as soon as we finish doing so. So we don't care about if we make noise on the way in, really. I mean, besides the fact that it draws more heat on us. So, yeah, coming in as a Navy officers, because those are the uniforms we have, wouldn't really help in this case. Especially since there's apparently no one here to bother deceiving.
Yeah, that's bothering me.
Pete,
Look, not
Twice.
everything is going to be a pain in the ass. Sometimes we've got to count our lucky stars and get in the facility.
Pete, do I see any locations like higher up in the facility, like raised elevated places that provide cover and are within, say, a rocket jump of the entrance?
Cover from what exactly?
Cover from both fire below and potential cover from fire from surrounding rooftops.
Well, being on the roof provides you cover from below. As for surrounding rooftops, you're still on the outskirts here, so it's pretty. It's not very dense at all. Like there are other buildings around, but this is the tallest thing, like in the vicinity.
Oh, this power station is the tallest thing in the area?
Pretty much. I mean, if you look at that picture that Ruffles posted, the actual site is not like that, but it is sort of situated in more or less the middle of nowhere. Like there's roads and other buildings here and there, but it's very far from the city center. You think deliberately.
All right. In that case, while the rest of the party goes in through the front door, I'm going to rocket up towards the building's apex.
Yeah, you can do that. This building has like several masses, some of them lower than others, so you can sort of climb your way up. Just make sure you're keeping count of the number of uses. If you just want to get on top of the building, that'll be one use.
Alrighty.
That's what he's going for.
All right. So what are the rest of you doing?
Flying asteroids.
I mean, walking in the front door, I think.
All right. You walk up to the front door. It's got like a one of those big sets of sliding glass doors. You know, like you ever been to like a hospital or retirement home or anything like that? It's got one of those style of entrances. So there's like one set of sliding glass doors and then another set, and then it goes into a it wouldn't be a lobby for this building, but the equivalent of a lobby.
Anybody in sight as we walk in?
Yes, there are. As you approach the front door, there are two individuals inside wearing blue jumpsuits. They see you and they see the group of armed individuals accompanying you. One of them says something into a comm link pinned to his uniform that you can't hear, and then they run away.
Towards us or away from us?
Away from you, further into the building.
Okay.
Out of sight.
I have a bad feeling about this.
We don't need prisoners.
This time.
Weapons free, repeat, weapons free.
Remember, no Mandalorian.
Was there Dark Troopers in here or something?
No, that was
talking about
not
something.
related.
Moot point.
That was me fantasizing about an awesome sword fight between a robot with a sword.
Yeah, let's go to the control room. 'Cause that's where we need to go to cause the surge.
Are you opening the doors?
I thought you said they were automatic sliding doors.
They are automatic sliding doors, however, they do not appear to be sliding open for you.
But they're like the glass kind?
Yes.
Well, like, yeah, if they don't open manually, we just break the glass.
Is that what you're doing?
Yes.
All right. You break the glass. Alarms begin to ring inside the building. You see a red light rotating inside that like that hall that you're going to enter through, I presume.
Yes.
Yeah, you can hear these alarms going off, but you can get through those doors.
Okay. We walk to the control room.
Yep. So you're not sure exactly which way the control room is. This is a actually, you know what's what this building is.
Go ahead.
So you've all seen The Simpsons, like the nuclear power plant that Homer works at. Think of this building like that. That's a good analogy for what this building looks like.
Okay.
Wouldn't there be an emergency exit map somewhere in the first lobby area?
Usually.
If there's a large structure, yeah, there's usually a map of some kind plastered on the wall.
That's a good point. And there is, yeah.
I take that map.
Yep. It's not an as-built, but it'll get you where you need to go.
Good enough. Let's go.
Yeah. So in order to get to the control room, you'll have to. It's like the control room is buried deep in the middle of the building. So you'll have to go through several areas that are.
Does this map mark the emergency exits?
Yeah, there are several emergency exits throughout the building. There's
Is there an exit that if we were to go back out the broken doors and walk over to the outside of that emergency exit, that would get us a lot closer to the control room without having to go through a maze?
No, it's more like it's right in the middle of the building.
Ah, okay. Just checking.
Yeah.
Any long straight hallways that lead to an emergency exit from that middle of the building?
There are several routes there. There's no super direct routes, but there is one in particular that's shorter than all the rest. However, well, not shorter, but like more direct, and that would put you out to the other side of the building.
I like that idea because they're expecting you to come through the front door because that's where you just broke in. So if we just rotate to a new, or you guys just rotate to a new location, it might not be as heavily fortified.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's not close enough to the outside that you would save time by going around back. It's more that if you needed to get out of the building, that would be the shortest way.
All right, let's go in that way then. Let's clear it out.
So
we grab the map. I look at the map. I'm like, oh, it'd be better to go to this door, and we go outside and walk around to that door.
Okay, yeah. So you have to walk around to the back of the building to do that.
Yep. By the way, once I was going loud on that, yeah, we've all got like our guns out. We're ready for a fight because we assume that there's going to be a security response of some kind.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So this emergency exit is, if you've been around like a hospital or a big building of this type, what they'll often have around the back somewhere is they'll have like a little sort of alley that goes into the building where they take all of their garbage out to, and there's like a little loading dock back there for loading and unloading things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. This goes through one of those types of places. And there's a little emergency door.
Okay.
And as it
loader
happens, well, there are those too. However, there's also like a alarm will sound when this door is opened type door, and it's unlocked because when you know it, the alarm is going off.
Haha, something must have happened.
Yeah, must have been yeah. Anyway, that'll get you to the control room in the middle of the building a little bit quicker.
Hey, Brinks, you're with us, right?
No, Brinks is up top.
Braytek, you're with us, right?
Sure.
You have an environmental suit in that thing, right?
Yeah.
Does it have a Geiger counter? Is this area flooded with radiation?
I don't know, Pete, does it have a Geiger counter?
Or some type of a high radiation alarm?
I'm going to say for the environmental suit integration, that's the kind of information that you would need to have in order to, survive in a harsh environment. So I would say, yeah.
Well, what does it show?
It shows nothing. The area is not bathed in horrible ionizing radiation.
Yet.
Yeah.
Oh,
Because
dear!
I was thinking like reasons why you would legitimately abandon a power plant is the core cracked and there's radiation everywhere.
Yeah, but so you guys make your way into the building. However, not long after you do, and you begin making your way down the hallways that you need to traverse to reach the control room, you encounter people who very much want to make their way out of the building. However, when they see you, they decide to seek a different exit.
Okay.
Yeah, just like a bunch of power plant workers in blue jumpsuits, all that. And there are people accompanying these workers who are like trying to escort them out of the building, and they look a lot like the people you saw out front. However, they don't put up any resistance against you. Everyone in here is just running away.
Okay. So if I tell one of them, if I tell like one of security, I assume these are just like security guards, not actual like troopers.
Yeah, they're security.
Right. I tell them to halt. Like when we see one, I just like point my hold out at him and be like, just stop right there a second.
Yeah, sure. One of them does that.
All right.
He's a little confused.
Give me your security key, and you can be on your way.
He looks at you, and he's like clearly very pissed off. He just like rips it off his like over his head violently and throws it on the ground, and then continues leading people away from you.
Yep. Works for me. All right, we got a security key that we can use to get into the control room in case it's locked.
And yeah, you're eventually able to make your way to the control room. It's a imagine like mission control at NASA, but maybe not as big. It's like a room with rows and rows of consoles and some big monitors up at the front, that kind of thing.
I was totally picturing this since you mentioned.
Oh no, I got a better picture.
Yeah, you know what? There's one little cubicle like that right dead center in the middle of the room that overlooks everything else. Yeah, I was picturing more like that, so just combine those two together.
All right, so begin the sabotage.
Yes, begin sabotage.
Also, I would like to turn the ship and start kind of approaching, but not at full throttle. Obviously, I'm just gonna kind of start going in that general direction, but not moving at colossal speeds.
Right. So there we should be looking for something like a grid controller screen that will let us, that manages the power output of this station to the grid, and so that it doesn't put out too much, put out too little, manages demand, manages supply to meet demand, so you don't blow everything out by putting too much power, but you don't brown out.
Yeah. Well, there has to be some kind of system to make sure that the amount of power it's putting out matches what the grid is drawing, since that varies over time.
Right.
So what you would have to do is find whatever controls that and turn it way up.
Yes.
However, this is all computerized, so it's going to be computers.
Right.
And it's going to be a little harder.
Yep. Well, I'm not doing it.
Make it a little easier.
Like that's what I say. Is like, okay, we need to find the thing that controls it, and
Doc is the best one for that role.
Yeah. Hey, Doc, are you able to see anything here that looks like it talks to the rest of the grid?
I don't know. Do I? What do I need to roll?
It will be difficulty 4 computers. However, I spent a destiny point, so it will be 3 purple, 1 red.
Yeah, and we're gonna have to spend a light side point because we want all the help on this we can get. And can I just offer unguided, unprofessional assistance, just reading because they're probably labeled different, like stations and all that, to try to help him?
Yeah, you offer unprofessional assistance, so there's a lot of swearing involved.
There is.
Okay, what am I rolling?
You're rolling computers against.
What am I rolling?
You're rolling computers against 3 purple and 1 red.
But you get to upgrade, and you get a blue die.
Does anyone have any ranks in that?
The one that does is not here.
The droid does.
The droid
Mr.
isn't
CMP
here.
built his class. Yeah, Mr. CMP built this class literally for this kind of stuff.
Do I look like I have ranks in computers?
Looks like you have ranks in
Purple and
swords.
one red, you said?
3 purple
difficulty?
and 1 red.
Seems very different.
And then you also get 1 upgrade and the blue die.
Yeah, and it takes you a bit from those 2 threats, but you, after sort of fucking around with things, and using that key card that you found as well, you were able to get into this system, and there is the stereotypical sort of noise. And Branks on the oh, well, actually, it's daytime, so it wouldn't be immediately obvious. But yeah, never mind. Shit.
Right.
We
so
planned this assault.
So
for
we
daytime?
immediately begin power surging the drivers.
I assume you did it during the day. You didn't say anything about
Yes,
doing it at night.
we're doing this in broad daylight.
Yep.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, you begin power surging the drivers, and there is the noise, and the system informs you that there has been a severe service interruption due to a power surge.
Mission accomplished. Right, that was our mission, right?
I think that was your mission.
All right. All right, guys, let's go home.
All right. A couple other
I'm
things
assuming-
that can happen.
Yep, go
Yeah.
ahead.
No, what were
No,
you
go
saying?
ahead first.
Okay.
I was going to ask about the shield, but I'm assuming you're probably going to be talking about that.
Nothing happens to the shield.
No, I meant if the missions would have been planned how any strategic person would have planned them, you'd have the power go and the shields go at the same time, and then have your troops come in and drop on those landing pads. So
Yeah,
I'm assuming
this-
we would have been timing to a degree with the other squad that's running the shields.
Yeah, so that hasn't happened quite yet. You think they were expecting for this to take you longer than it has.
Ah, okay. We took a couple shortcuts.
Yeah, a little bit.
But anyway,
However-
go ahead with what you're going to say. What all happens?
So, Niven, you said you were coming back in towards the city.
Correct.
Yeah, you would receive that same warning you did earlier, and harsher now, because apparently there are some other things going on in the city as well.
Makes sense.
In fact, on your scope, you can see that there are TIE fighters and other ships about now.
Well, I'm gonna say-
we still got like a 2-hour drive back to the LZ, so just hold off, because it only takes you like an hour to get down from orbit.
okay. All right, yeah, I would be going off of whatever Devontae said. I was moving in for fast extract. If they can drive out, then they can drive out. I was basically moving to get closer for fast extract. So basically, I'll try to stay as far outside the city to not draw attention. But yeah, I will update Devati about the change in the theater up here. The show has gotten a lot more lively.
Yeah.
Speaking of the show getting a bit more lively, Branks, you're still up on the roof, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you remember that Sentinel landing craft that blew up the other day?
You went
Yep.
robot.
Oh, do you remember that Sentinel class landing craft that blew up the other day?
I do.
Yeah, there's another one of those coming towards you.
I'm going to pull up the comm of the party. Let them know that they have a Sentinel landing craft on the way.
Probably still in
It lands out in the lot and begins deploying a bunch of Imperial Army troopers. Yeah,
Okay.
troopers.
I mean, while it's doing that, we are now running for the exit.
The back exit?
Yes, the way we entered.
Yep.
Question.
Mhm.
Do the troopers see me?
That's a good question. You should make a stealth check. And as long as you haven't moved from where you were before, you could have hidden when you positioned yourself up here in the first place, which would have given you the benefit of the infiltrator
Alright, so I'm rolling this with, 3 ranks?
with 3 ranks.
If you feel you need a light side, you should use it.
I think he should.
I'll leave it to his discretion.
Because right now they're going to be going through the front, and we're going to be going out the back.
This is a
You're
boost?
the only outlier.
It's an upgrade.
So if it's 3 yellows and nothing else, it's green?
3 yellows and 1 green, yes. Alright, and now we'll roll for them. Where the hell are they? Ooh, they're not very good at this.
Yeah, you can't see a thing out of that helmet.
Oh, except for this guy, apparently. Yeah, so the
one fucking trooper.
Yeah, look at trooper like, hey guys, why is there that Mandalorian up there?
So I didn't actually bother rolling for the troopers. I rolled for the commander. He's the one.
The commander looked up.
Yep, that's why they made him the commander. Yeah,
And then he says, "Hey, look over there."
He points up at the roof, and they immediately begin taking up defensive positions in the lot. And there's like some Jersey barriers and speeders littered around that allow them to do that. And at this point, we should probably roll a niche.
Vigilance?
You know what? You weren't expecting them to catch you, so yes, vigilance.
Yes!
And the rest of you, vigilance as well.
Vigilance?
Oh wait, vigilance? So we've been expecting this to go to pot.
All right.
I had to tell them they were landing.
I'm rolling vigilance.
All
right, 3 successes.
Yeah, what the hell? I'll let you pick. Who cares?
I think I'm the only one who actually likes it when it's cool.
Well, let me just say,
oh my god,
I don't have a very high presence. All right,
good.
Do we Kree yet?
I mean, that really depends. How many are there?
Well, Branks is still on the side of the building that you came in through.
Right, I'm calming Branks. As he says, the troops are unloading as he's getting discovered. How many Wilthanae here?
Well, how many are we looking at? Given what a Sentinel shuttle can carry, probably like 40 to 60?
Oh no, it's not nearly that many. It's like
20 to 30?
I think like 4 squads, maybe.
No, it's
maybe
it's
6.
It's not that big of a ship. Where the hell is it?
Maybe 6 squads.
Oh my god, where did I? Oh, there it is. You think you saw about 25 people get out of that thing? So that would be like
6 squads.
So
yeah, more or less.
25 people are like aiming to shoot at one dude.
You know, that's a lot better than it's up to 75 troops or 54 stormtroopers, 12 E-Web heavy repeating blasters, 6 74Z speeder bikes.
Anyway,
the light armor hasn't begun rolling off yet.
And then 2 ATSTs spawn onto the map. So what's our niche look like?
Yeah, could somebody assemble that? If you know the
how do triumphs factor in?
They break ties. That's it.
Okay.
So if you roll more than 2 successes, you're still going first.
Don't triumphs also supply like free maneuvers?
Yes, but that doesn't affect initiative order.
It's just for a niche.
So it is 3 of us, GM, and then 2.
Yep.
So 3 GM 2.
All right. So, might I suggest that I move first?
That's probably a good idea. Try to draw them clockwise around the building. We're going to go counterclockwise and see if we can't take that ship.
That is the plan. Wait, are we talking about their sentinel?
Yes.
Excellent, we're on the same page. All right. What range are they from me?
From you, they're going to be at long range. I should clarify that Sentinel is not landing. It's doing that thing where it hovers low and they all hop out, and it takes off again.
Oh, it took off?
That's what it's going to do. It's still in the process of letting out troops, but from the way you've already seen one of these deploy before, you know that's how they generally
Brink,
do.
snipe the pilot!
They're okay. I mean, I'm not going to be able to shoot through their windshield.
Oh, okay, never mind then.
It has shields, and he has small arms.
You know, random hypothetical question for you there, Pete.
Mm-hmm.
If they were to say start taking off, would they be in range for me to jetpack onto the shuttle?
They're at long range, so
Cost you a bit of fuel.
yeah, there's your answer. They're at long range.
Do you think I should do it?
Yes.
You think I should fly to the top of their ship?
And then take it, yes.
For Mandalore!
All right. Well, they're at long range, so with your jetpack, that's 2 uses and 2 maneuvers if you're going first.
I think you should.
I absolutely fucking do.
Okay. Let's see here. This is going to be, we'll call it Coordination 3. Are you trying to go onto the ship or into the ship?
On.
On top. Okay.
Probably easier, and then he can go in from there.
Yep.
Also, if I go in, well, there's still guys coming out.
They're officially out now. Like by the time your turn starts, they've all disembarked. The only 2 people left are the gunners.
Define gunners.
Door gunners. Think like a helicopter.
So if I got in, they wouldn't be able to turn the guns on me?
Correct. They only face out.
Out of curiosity, are these door gunners open when the ship is in flight?
They are right now, yeah.
If I land on top of the Sentinel, will they be able to see me?
They'll
Like,
definitely
will they be able
know
to turn the turrets onto me?
No, they're not turrets. Think like you've seen Full Metal Jacket, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So think of the door gunner, like the door gun on a.
All right, so those would not be able to target me up on top.
No.
Yeah, but you probably do want to get in now, because if they see that you're on top, they're going to close the doors on their turn.
All right. So I'm gauging my options here.
Get in and push one out.
Yeah, Yeetus is an option.
This.
Fuck it. Yeah. Fuck it. Yeah. I will just try to fucking rocket in through one of those turrets.
All right. In that case, it will be against 2 purple and 1 red. Coordination.
Out of curiosity, just so I can understand what I'm looking at here. In the event that, say, I miss, where would that be sticking me in this crowd?
That depends on how badly you fail and how my sense of humor feels in a few seconds.
Bug on the windshield.
Bug on the windshield all the way through.
Just do it.
Okay.
Impaled on the
Did you
gun.
want to spend a light point?
Yeah.
Yeah, you probably should.
Someone spend that for me.
Because, I mean, this feels like it's important.
Oh yeah, and I'm only rolling 3 greens.
Well, here's your destiny point. So now you get a yellow.
You're only going 2 purple though, so.
And a red.
I think
it's 2 purple.
Oh, and
so
a
it
red?
should be like yellow, green,
Fun.
green, purple, purple, red.
Oh, wait a second. I have conditioned. I remove a. Wait, no, is that a black die? Fuck, that's a black die.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting that it's a black die.
I need to use that mechanic more. I keep forgetting to.
Alright.
Just say one of the purples is a black die, actually.
No.
So purple, purple, red?
Purple, purple, red.
Oh god, may the force be with me.
Well, you failed.
That's bad.
It is.
That's sucked into engine bad.
No, it's not that bad. It's, let's see, how should...
That's a despair.
It is a despair, which means that something bad will happen to you.
So, your next character gonna be a Mandalorian, Gilbert?
It's gonna be like, the
Mister? Mister.
Return of
I
the
don't
Jedi.
plan on my next character until my current one has been slain good and proper.
No, it's like Return of the Jedi, and when Boba like bounces off Jabba's ship, and then his jetpack goes out, then he falls.
He slides down into the Sarlacc.
Yeah. So I will tell you what happens. Branks, you have like a perfect arc set up that's going to send you straight into the middle of the ship. And then instead of taking off vertically, the pilot sees the Mandalorian that everybody is currently training their blasters on rocketing towards him. And rather than doing a slow vertical takeoff, he just goes forward. And instead you slam into that wing at the back and tumble onto the ground prone in the midst of all these army troopers.
Oh, God.
You lined it up perfectly, but then the ship moved.
Oh my god, that is fucking great.
Oh, you fair Mandalorians of Mandalore. Farewell.
Oh, I'm not dead yet, Hayes. I'm not dead yet.
Emphasis on the word yet.
Over the comms, it's just bong, dang, thump.
I'm picturing one of the scenes when the 501st storms the Jedi Temple, and there's just a youngling, 8 trooper or 20 troopers are just shooting 1,000 times. And actually, that's more when the Execute Order 66.
Master Braytek, there are too many of them. What are we going to do?
Alrighty here. So, that was what, 2 maneuvers to try this?
That was 2 maneuvers. Oh, and also you should probably take damage from that, huh? Let me go to the fall damage table.
I found it. This is going to be Gilbert.
I don't know, man. I think my pride's been damaged enough.
Oh yeah, the music where it's
It's like 25 troopers are just shooting him from all sides.
Okay, yeah, I gotta pull up the music now.
Okay, yeah, you do that while I get out the fall damage table. Where is it?
This is the scene I was picturing. It's great.
Ah, yes.
Except he starts in the prone part of the scene.
For anyone that would like to listen with me, here is the soundtrack of my demise.
Oh no, it's blocked. Right here, I had to open it in the browser.
Okay, so what I'm going to do is that because of that despair, we're also going to treat this as a coordination check that you would make for falling. Except it's going to be for half the normal damage for falling short range. So that means that you take 5 wounds, which bypass your soak, and 5 strain, which also bypasses your soak, except because of that one advantage, it's only going to be 4. So you should now have 5 wounds and 4 strain.
3 strain.
Cool. Yes, very good, very good. And does your oh no, it's only the other guy who has that. Never mind. But yeah, that was your 2 maneuvers. I don't know if that was your action into maneuver or if it was a free maneuver. Oh yeah, one of those.
You should probably use your action to, deal with that situation.
I am half tempted to try to intimidate them.
That's going to be very difficult.
Yeah.
For one thing, you're currently lying on the ground and you're out of maneuvers, meaning you cannot stand up.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I found it.
All right.
They whisper this into Gilbert's prone ears.
Okay, so I don't have maneuver. Sorry, this is like the first time I had to use this much of the cheat sheet.
How's your deception?
What?
Maybe maybe he was just trying to escape. He's just an innocent bystander.
They're crazy in there. They assaulted the plant. They went all in that way. Quick, they're escaping.
I like my gist better for what happens next.
Let's see. Hold on one second here. Wait. An action.
Do you have a flashbang?
How far away is that gun turret from me?
On the landing craft?
Yes.
Short range.
1 second. I might have a way to salvage this.
The grappling hook.
Precisely.
The transport just flew away. It took our Mandalorian with it. What? Our Mandalorian was had lassoed the ship, and the ship flew away with our Mandalorian.
Yeah, it only moved just a little, and then you bounced off it.
Alright, yes. A character could spend an action to attach a grappling hook to a solid surface within short range!
Technically, the ship's
moving.
moving.
Ranged light. It's moving. It's not moving fast. It just sort of swooped out of the way, so that he.
But it will move him.
It will move him.
Guys, do we have any bullshit I can burn on this?
You burn the last light on that jump.
Well then. Here we go. What's the difficulty, Pete?
The difficulty is 2. However, it will be 1 purple and 1 red, because the ship is moving.
Hey guys?
Go ahead.
Can someone burn that light side to buff me here?
I got you. Burn.
Alright, now it's a yellow, green, purple, red. Back where I started.
Well, 1 purple better.
Yes. You successfully attach your grappling hook to the... Well, where would you like to attach it? The outside of the ship or the inside? Because you can hit either.
Gun turret?
Question.
Yeah.
The material that this cord is made of, would it get broken by the door closing?
It's strong enough to hold you, so you think maybe not.
The inside.
Alright. Yeah, and you're dragged along the ground a little bit. You're not enough to hurt you, because the ship is not going especially fast.
I feel like I'm living some weird combination of Obi-Wan and Jango Fett in their duel on Kamino.
Mm.
No, this is entirely Blazing Saddles.
Oh yeah. I mean, in terms of like jetpack fuckery, getting thrown around and fucking around with a grappling hook.
I've been trying to find it, but I can't find the GIF where the guy leaps off the roof to land on the saddled horse, and the horse like takes a step forward right before he jumps.
Alrighty, gents.
All right,
Good luck.
Unless you're doing anything else, I think that's it for Branks' turn.
I have no bullshit I could pull out my ass.
Well, I think I'll go next then to use my Inspiring Rhetoric.
Mm.
You know, I had the music playing. I was watching the glorious scenes. I had that all played out in my mind, and now you've just let me down.
All right, so Aiden, me, Braytak, Tenorok, Ally, and one goon. We all heal one strain, if you have one. But more importantly, we gain a blue die on all skill checks for the next 3 rounds. At which point, having, the evaluation map, I'd be like, all right, guys, we need to get the fuck out of here. And I then use 2 maneuvers to run away from the plant and into the cover that is the urban environment around us.
So you're not out of the plant yet. You're still in the control room. Or no, you wouldn't
As
still be in
soon
the
as
control
he said
room.
he saw that
Yes.
ship, we were leaving.
Yeah. So with that route that you took, it would have taken you like 3 turns worth of double moving, 2 turns worth of double moving rather than 3 going out the front. The first round has already happened. So with if you double move this turn, you would get back to that emergency exit door. Does that make sense?
They unloaded the ship that fast? Like it approached and unloaded in 1 round? Because as soon as he saw that ship, we were leaving.
Yeah, alright, fine. Yeah. Then in that case, you were all able to make it to the back door by the time all of this has happened.
Okay, so we're outside.
Yeah, you're just now getting out of the building.
Right, and then I would double move, like, away from the plant, because they're on the other side of the plant from us.
Yep.
And so there's, like, an urban environment around us, right?
There is an urban environment around you. It's somewhat sparse. There are actually more buildings off in this direction. And that's when behind one of those buildings you see a second landing craft ascend up into the air.
Oh, shit. Okay. Well, yeah, like, do I see that before or after I move?
You see that... you could see it before you move.
Okay. So I, like, made, like, an abortive move to start running, like, just straight away from the plant, and I realized, okay, that bad plan. And we parked off to the side on the streets, so I'm going to start heading for the lander, the speeder, the land speeder.
Okay. That would take you around the outside of the building, because you're out the back and you went in through the front.
Oh, that's right, we parked at the front.
You parked in the street and walked in.
If we parked, like, let's assume that the main entrance is the south. Let's call that the south. We're at the north end.
You're at the north.
I want to run west.
Okay.
Because that's like between the two. Like the other lander was to the north as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I want to run west.
All right. You run west. And did you say you parked off to the west or off to the east?
We didn't specify.
Well, I'm asking you now.
I'm saying west. Like I'm running
All right,
in the direction
parked off to
of our
the west.
lander. Yeah, like I'm running to get us out of the plant and to our land speeder so we can extract.
Mm-hmm.
But that's it for me. We have one more player initiative here. How are we going to handle the goons? Are they going on GM?
Yeah, they're going on GM like before.
Okay. So, I don't know if you guys got anything you specifically want to do now.
Also, real quick question before we get to the DM's initiative. Should I roll initiative?
You're over an hour away though, because you got to come down from orbit.
Yeah.
We were expecting to have
Hour
a 2
away by
hour.
land. I'm not on a land vehicle.
It takes a ship an hour to go from orbit to surface.
I didn't go to full orbit.
Yeah,
I never said I went up to orbit. I said I was going low orbit and staying outside the city.
Did you really say low orbit?
He did say
He
low
didn't.
orbit.
I mean,
I
low
didn't think
orbit
he
is
said
a
orbit at all.
Yeah, but that's orbit.
low orbit is a relative term. I'm in low orbit right now on the 5th floor.
Yeah, no, I meant I was staying in atmosphere.
Okay, that's not really low orbit then.
Yeah, my apologies then. Yeah, I meant I was staying in atmosphere and just flying and making kind of, if they were still watching me, just kind of making it look like I was struggling to break atmosphere.
Yeah, so you would be a few rounds away worth of like ship.
But I
movement.
meant more for the initiative.
Yeah, well, tell you what, if you were going to be an initiative, would you start trying to get closer because that will cause other things to happen?
Close enough that I wouldn't draw attention, but other than that, no, I would not be moving into the city.
So you're kind of already that close.
Okay.
If you want to be. You can be further away if you want, but
yeah, I mean, it makes no difference. Whatever initiative I had to move, I would be moving, and then just readying the ship to pick anybody up if necessary.
Mm-hmm. Right,
I was more asking for giving the PCs more slots before, possibly.
I'm going to say, unless you're going to be in initiative to actually
engage,
do something,
gotcha.
Then no.
Okay.
All right, so Tenorak, Braytek, Aiden, you guys need to take a turn. One of you needs to.
Bueller?
Well, I'm not doing anything but following you, so.
Okay.
Anything that would pay it forward could be useful.
Let's see.
I'd
Not
like.
much Braytek can probably run out there and engage if he wants to go next.
Well, you're at the back of the building and you don't actually see any enemies. You just see another landing craft.
Which way are we going?
Devati ran off to the west towards where you're parked.
Yeah, because we're extracting. Mission accomplished. We don't gain anything by fighting these guys.
I'm going to attack the building in order to roll advantages to pay it forward.
You can't do that.
Yeah, I didn't
if you would
think
like
so.
to pay it forward, you can do so using the help action.
We can help from that far away?
Yeah, if you can rationalize it. I mean, what are you trying to help him do?
Survive.
Oh,
moral support.
Oh, you mean
could help.
Brinks? Yeah, no, you can't help him.
He could help Brinks.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It wouldn't be the help
comments.
action, but what you could do to help him is light the building on fire. Like very obviously torch like the top part of the building with your flamethrower.
Well, there's a bunch of garbage back here.
Well, the point is you want it to be visible from the front so that rather than all 20 guys shooting Brinks, some of them get go to investigate why the power plant suddenly lit on fire.
Yeah. The reason I brought up the garbage is because if you want to create a fire that's going to produce a big column of smoke really quickly, setting garbage on fire is a great way to do that.
That is, yeah, that would if that would work too, then yes, I would say do that.
Yeah, I only pointed out because it's more immediately flammable than a building.
Yeah, so attack the garbage is what I would suggest.
I attack the garbage.
All right. Yeah, make an attack roll for short range.
Funny thing is, he can still do double movement to keep up with me in Tenorak.
Yeah, he can.
And remember, you do get a blue die for my inspiring rhetoric.
Just give it a quick puff on the way out. Oh man! Wow.
That is one big fire.
All right, let's see if they're able to resist this.
Shit! Like with that much damage, the garbage might not smoke; it might just be vaporized.
There's just one massive explosion.
Ah, yes, that's where they threw out all their scrap boomium.
Yeah.
That's a lot of good stuff.
God. And it's used on a garbage attack roll.
Quite literally a garbage attack roll.
Wait a s-
All right, there we go.
Triumphs can be used to upgrade green diamond of any allied character's next check.
They can.
Can that happen twice?
No.
I wanted to see Gilbert die.
I mean, you could use one to upgrade purple. Well, it has to be target, so that doesn't apply here.
So
You could destroy a piece of equipment in the trash.
Destroy the boomium!
So we have 2 advantages and 2 triumphs to play with, right?
Yeah, you could make the trash drop a weapon it's holding.
So you could upgrade. You'd give Gilbert an upgrade. You could give him a blue die. That would be your 2 triumphs, and then you still have 2 advantages.
So 2 advantages to give him a blue die, a triumph to give him an upgraded green die, and then make the trash drop a weapon, because you said that, so the trash has a weapon that we can pick up and sell.
The trash has a rocket launcher.
That'd be convenient and handy.
If the trash had a rocket launcher, I would be the one rolling damage now. But yeah, you know what? Fuck it, I did say that. So yes, you can make the trash drop its weapon, which will be, you know what? Not even a holdout blaster. It will be a regular ass blaster pistol. That somebody threw out. I guess they just needed to dispose of a murder weapon.
At the power plant.
Yeah, at the power plant. And then I think I heard you're upgrading the next ally's check once and then paying it forward twice.
It was upgrading Branks' check and paying it forward to Branks.
Oh yeah, it says any ally. So yeah, you can pick one, and then with, well, you have 3 advantages, so you can pay it forward once and then pay it forward to Branks specifically.
Yes.
Yep. So that's what you do. And now I believe it is my turn.
He still has 2 maneuvers.
Oh, well, yeah, he didn't move, but...
Yeah, I'll start following them and pick up the gun on the way.
Yeah, we'll say
that's
an item interaction. Oh yeah, that's not bad.
I kind of put markers on there so you can reference stuff a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And now I think it is my turn.
The shuttle wants to fly away.
The shuttle does.
And you said 25, so I just did 5 squads of 5 for your guys.
Farewell and adieu to my fair Spanish lady.
Yeah, that's sort of correct and sort of not correct, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, so let's see. Thanks to the fire that has been started at the back of the power plant, some of those troopers are going to go run off to investigate, which is going to take them around the east edge of the building. because they are a little bit closer in that direction, we'll say. However, the commander and one of these squads are going to stay behind to start shooting at Brex.
I'm just going to arrest him?
Yeah, they're going to arrest him with force.
An interesting proposal. Mayhaps they are not feeling the need to be too thorough from that lackadaisical landing.
I know, you can just yell out, "Don't worry, guys, I'm on your side. They're that way," and you just like point off to the south.
That would be deception. I can't deceive.
But there are enemies to the south if they go south long enough.
Out of curiosity, what range are they at from me, Pete?
It varies, but the closest ones are at short range. You kind of landed right in their midst.
Cool, cool.
Anyway, first the commander is going to give some orders. I spent a destiny point. No takers.
I mean, what would burning that do?
It would make it more difficult for me.
I would like to make things more difficult for you.
All right.
I would also like to lay out my argument for why it should be even more difficult.
Oh, yeah?
Indeed. So, if I get the cheat sheet to stay open, where is it?
They're not attacking you yet, to be clear.
Oh, right. I mean for when they inevitably do.
Okay.
Oh, I should clarify. That's what I want to have be difficult. Them shooting me.
Okay. So are you spending a destiny point or not?
Are they shooting me?
No. This is something else.
What do you guys think? Should we spend a destiny point on the commander and his commands, or on them actually physically shooting my shit?
Save it for the damage.
That's what I'm thinking. So yeah, I'll save this for them, absolutely fucking annihilating me.
All right.
Choke on it.
Oh wait, that's not what I meant to do, but whatever. I made the roll as if you did spend a destiny point, so...
He was expecting it.
I was expecting it, and I forgot to change it back. However, they rolled very well. Everybody's been rolling well today.
We'll see about that.
Ooh, although actually that's not a very good roll for what they're... well, no, if I use it this way, then it is.
Different way you should use it. Not in way intended you should.
Yeah, anyway, that does a thing that won't be immediately obvious yet. And... yeah, then he's going to order his subordinates to attack you.
Alrighty, and this is where my argument comes in. So first I'd like to add that light side point.
Okay.
Second,
You want me to?
I'm prone, which adds a black die.
That's correct.
I currently get 3 black dies. In addition to that, I would also posit that perhaps being a target physically dragged along the ground while prone by a flying spaceship might also affect that.
It would, except I made this slow enough that it's not going to hurt you. So if it's that slow, I don't think it would do what you're trying to get out of it. You
That's
can't
fair.
have your cake and eat it too here. And I chose the lighter option.
That's fair.
So, light side point. Yep, there it is.
Right, there we go. And they're at short range. Now you said you add 3 normally plus 1 for being prone.
Yeah, so a total of 4 black die.
Very good.
You were
However, they
dead.
do manage to hit you.
Objection. He used the light side point. That should be red.
Yes, you're right. Oh well.
Unchanged.
I tried.
Thanks for reminding me, though.
I mean, that could have made a big difference if they actually rolled different.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Based on the symbol here, that symbol. 1 second. Can that be spent to lose benefit of prior maneuver?
You can't spend that because they didn't generate any net threats.
Oh, okay.
The total roll is unchanged. It's 1 success and 1 advantage.
Willikers.
Yeah. So you take 10 damage. Apply that to your soak.
What's your soak, Gilbert?
5.
Very good. All right. And then this actual group of enemies is now going to shoot at you on their own turn.
Come on, choke on it.
Oh, however, they're going to pay it forward to themselves from the first attack, so that gives them a blue die.
Choke on it.
I forgot to give the commander a free maneuver, but it doesn't matter. So let's see. They're
Just one
going
guy.
to.
What could one guy possibly do?
They're going to double aim. Oh, it's not one guy; it's a group of guys.
No. The officer is saying that. That's why he didn't bother with his free maneuvers. Like, it's one guy. Who the fuck cares?
Yeah, he's just standing there. He's too cool. All right, they hit you for another 10 damage.
All right, so that's soaks.
Then you drop your weapon while you're still being pulled along the ground here.
I hate your guts.
And then you lose your defensive bonus from being prone.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be it for the ones that are targeting you. You're just one guy after all, and the building is on fire, so they're going to go investigate. The rest of these guys all begin making their way around the wrong way behind the building. And then some other stuff is going to happen that you can't see. The other sentinel is going to start sort of... It's actually not flying towards you, it's sort of circling the perimeter of this whole area surrounding the power plant. And then on GM, the mercs that you brought with you are going to continue following you out of the power plant. They're just going to follow to Maddie. And that's it.
Okay. So then it would be the 2 PC turns, which would be Aiden and Braytek.
What am I doing?
Or sorry, no, Aiden went because he flamed the garbage. It'd be
Braytek and Tenorok.
Yeah, it'd be Braytek and Tenorok. Tenorok said he was just following me.
Yeah.
So
That's what we're doing.
yeah, we're at the north end of it. We're running towards the west. The enemies are coming to the east. It's up to you if you want to follow the group or go out and blaze a glory against the squad of stormtroopers.
Also, whoever goes next gets a blue die.
That is true.
They wouldn't stand a chance, but I'm leaving.
They wouldn't stand a chance, but they have air support.
Yeah. When the going gets tough, the tough call for close air support.
You know what I say to air support?
Oh, there it is.
So what do you do, Hayes?
What?
So what do you do?
Well, if we're leaving, I'm leaving.
Okay, so I guess he's just following me then.
All right. And
Yeah. As long as till we get you back to the ship. The doctor's mentality is, I don't care about the moves. As long as I keep the captain alive, everything's good.
We're dead yet.
all right, so it sounds like you're all just following Devati back to the
land speeder, which I
Back
think
to the
you said
land
was
speeder.
what, 2 double moves away?
You
didn't-
yeah, I think I.
Yeah.
Well, when I said that, I was talking about how long it would take you to get out of the building, but that sounds right. So we'll say it's 2 double moves away.
Okay, so we got 1 more round of movement to get to the land speeder.
Yes.
All right.
Assuming you all double move again at the end of your turns, you will reach the land speeder. However, I should remind you, getting into or out of a vehicle is also a maneuver.
Right, so we won't be able. So it'll be the round after next that we actually get to
Yes.
jump in. But okay. I mean, I'll just keep inspiring my rhetoric.
All right, go ahead and roll it. Ooh,
Oh, that actually fails.
unfortunate.
At first.
It's
that is
the
the-
overwhelming odds.
Yeah, like that is the first time I have failed that roll.
The party's running. The Mandalorian's been fucking taken out.
We don't actually like. Yeah, we do know comms. We don't actually
It's
see
just-
you. All right.
Just
yeah.
Brennick's going, ah, shit.
The sound of
That's all we
blaster
heard.
fire.
All we hear is ah shit, and then off the distance you just hear pew 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 pew. pew.
We're assuming he's dead.
Oh, I'm assuming nothing. You don't count a Mandalorian as dead until you see the body and burn it. Anyway, yeah, so I double move towards the thing. Branks perhaps should go.
It's the top of an ish.
It's the top of an ish. Well, second.
Second Inish. I
Yeah,
just did my
Devati will.
leadership and movement first because
Yep.
it didn't hurt anything.
All right, Pete.
Mhm.
What exactly is going on around me? Has the ship lifted off?
The ship has not risen at all, although it would be starting to at this point. Actually, you make a good point.
Yes, yes.
You're
Fly
right.
off. They should.
You're attached to the inside of it by your oh my god, your grappling hook, and there are people shooting at you.
All right, all right.
Thankfully, you're close enough to the ship at such an angle that the guns can't shoot you. Like you're too far to the back.
Thank God.
God had nothing to do with this. It was all me.
One second here. I gotta find the item property.
Well, I said it was at short range, and it's still at short range. So if you spend a maneuver to reel yourself in, you can get in there.
Yeah, there's that. There's another item though.
Mhm.
All right, all right. So, while I'm hanging there, I bust out the stim pack.
Oh, all right. You're getting dragged along by your arm, and you bust out the stim pack.
Yes, I inject it into the arm that's being pulled. That way, it's nice and stable.
Oh,
All right, so I
You
heal
get like a
5
big
wounds.
Popeye arm bulge that helps you hold on.
All right. Actually, am I still able to grab my carbine?
No, you got dragged past it.
Inconvenient. Inconvenient, but I can adapt. All right. Let's see. My apologies, guys, about the length this takes.
No, it's okay. Like his turn is the one where like everything is going on.
Yeah, fair enough. Alrighty, so stim pack. I'm going to reel myself in.
All right, that's maneuver number 2. However, reeling yourself in will put you inside the Sentinel. There are 2 gunners in here, and they look very upset with you.
Yeah, well, wait, can these guns turn around and face inward?
No.
Thank God. Alright, so that's 2 maneuvers.
What do you mean? That'd be the easy thing. You just hold your action for when they turn to face inward, and then you duck.
No holding
Yeah,
action.
there's a reason they can't turn inward.
Alright, so that's 2 maneuvers. Do.
Yeah, Devati's over here just having a fucking Indiana Jones moment.
I'm what?
Or, sorry, not Devati. Branks is over here having an Indiana Jones moment. You know, like he's getting dragged along the ground, and now he's like... Now he's inside the...
He's on the
enemy.
tank.
Yeah, now he's on the tank, and there's a big shirtless guy.
Alright, let's see here. Okay, so that's do action.
Yeah, it's like that, but a lot more lackadaisical.
Oh, am I standing inside? Or am I technically prone?
We'll say that you could be standing.
Okay, good. That means I don't need to spend an incidental to...
Maneuver.
Well, actually I can get up as an incidental.
Oh, well, an incidental is free, so it doesn't matter.
Right.
An incidental is a free action. In that case, yes, you are definitely standing.
So now that I'm in the ship, I am going to spend an action. I am going to I should clarify. I should just ask if this is even something that mechanically functions. Is it possible to use coercion to like try to frighten the shit out of a guy so maybe he falls off the gun turret and onto the ground?
Go for it.
Alright. Yeah, with that sheer Mandalorian resilience, I would like to try to intimidate this gunner. I would like to ruffle his jimmies.
Alright. Let's see here.
Alright, so...
I couldn't find a GIF.
There's an... So, let's see, I have a boost and an upgrade. What's the upgrade do?
The upgrade turns a green into a yellow.
And if there are no greens?
Then it adds one. There we go.
Yeah, like that. That's what I was thinking.
I've never seen one that has like a little nook on the outside that's not connected to the inside of the helicopter, or that's separated from it.
Look to the right. You see that diamond-shaped padding? That's the back of the seat.
Then what am I seeing behind the gunner?
His seat.
Oh, I thought that was a door. Okay.
No, those are just maintenance hatches.
Yeah, no, it's just visually confusing.
Because you're looking at the difference between a Huey and a Blackhawk.
That's why.
Alright. Let's see. Barely clinging on to life. Yellow, green boost. Anything else I should be aware of here, guys?
What are we doing?
He's trying to be scary.
Yeah, I'm trying to frighten a guy out of his gunner seat.
Wouldn't it just be easier to just push him out?
Nope, there are no destiny points, so that's it. That's all you got.
Yep.
I could upgrade this, but I don't want to.
Also, no, Aiden. My melee combat, I don't think. Wait, actually, how does that work for brawl? Is that like a thing that you can just like punch someone out of the seat?
No. For melee, you need a weapon, but it can be an improvised weapon.
I mean, like brawl, like with my fist.
That would be a special brawl check, but you can do that.
What would that check be using? Just brawl?
You would be using brawl. You would actually, to do that, you would have to aim. The way it would work is, you know how you can use aim to add black dice to target a specific thing?
Oh, okay, really? I didn't
Actually,
know that.
no, wait, no. I'm sorry. The way you would do this is you would make a normal attack, and then if you hit and generate enough advantages, you could activate knockdown. That's how you would do it. And then if you knocked him prone, he would probably fall out.
Yeah, you knock him prone to the ground.
Yeah, the ground. So yeah, if you want to spend your action,
the ground is 2 stories down
to try and push him out, you can do that. It would be a brawl check.
I'm comparing my numbers.
Intimidating him versus punching him?
Yeah, it's mathematically more likely to try to scare him.
Well, spooky Mandalorian time.
All right. Well, if you were doing that, it's a contested check.
All right, here I go.
That's gonna be
nice roll.
Yeah, that triumph breaks the tie. Although, actually, the advantages would have broken the tie, but
The
Random
triumph
question.
is the Mandalorian. Fuck you.
Now, let's see. All right.
Yeah, hold on. The way this works is where is it? Okay, so you didn't generate any, like, your successes here are basically failures for him, like a failed fear check.
Mm-hmm.
So you didn't generate any successes, however, you did generate a triumph and 3 advantages. So for him, that's a peril and 3 threats. Now, with 3 threats, you can stagger him for 1 turn. And with a peril, you can add you can increase the difficulty of all of his actions for the rest of the encounter.
Oh, we're looking here under fear?
Fear, yes. So we're treating it like the net successes and advantages and triumphs that you score are treated as failures, threats, and despairs for him.
Is this guy like a henchman mook?
He's one. Yeah, basically.
I asked because. Wait, would I be able to deal like strain to him? Wouldn't that just take him out?
No. Dealing a crit to him would take him out. Dealing a strain would just deal damage to him.
Okay. In that case, yeah, I'll go with stagger and yeah.
And the
plus a difficulty to all actions until end of the encounter.
Yep. Okay, is that it for you?
That is all I can do, yeah.
All right, then I think we have one more person who can go before it's my turn again.
If one of you guys can find a way to generate shit to pay it forward, I'd appreciate it.
We're running through like a parking lot, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to seek out cover, you can do that.
Well, I was thinking more of for generating advantages to give to Brangus. Could Aiden like torch a speeder or something that we're running by?
No. Let me think of something productive for you to do.
Because right now we're just running away.
Yeah, I don't like the idea of just letting you attack things so that you can pay it forward. Even though it makes sense mechanically.
It is a very gamist way to approach this.
It is, yeah. I'm gonna say if you want to try and help him out, you can, because you've got comms. You can try to make you could make leadership checks to try and help him remotely.
I've already gone though.
No, not you. I mean somebody else.
Ah.
Who has the next highest presence?
I have 2 green.
I think I have more than that. Yeah, can I get an initiative just for moral support?
No. I let you attack that pile of garbage because it was a mechanically convenient way to handle that, but I'm not just going to let you make attacks against nothing so that you can generate boost dice for other people.
So yeah, I have 2 green for leadership as well.
Well, attacking the speeders isn't just to provide the boost dice. It also leaves a trail to continue drawing off enemy troops.
And like that, it's justified. So go ahead and do it.
Burn shit, man.
All right, Aiden, light some cars on fire.
Yeah, well, because now you're doing something that's actually going to help him.
Anything with the
would allow him
flimsiest
to generate
bit
the
of
aid.
justification.
Yeah, you're distracting the enemy force from targeting him.
In all reality, he's pretty set to get out of this encounter alive because of his position right now. He's full cover from the ground guys. He's about to take over the land ship and just pancake him with it.
Ruffles, shut the fuck up, please.
I mean,
You're gonna jinx it.
if this
You're
explodes,
Gilbert.
I'm
You
pretty
can't
sure
jinx
people will
Gilbert.
be like, whoa, what was that? So, any difficulty or what?
Any difficulty for what?
Blowing up a speeder with a flamethrower?
You can find one at short range by running up next to it. So that's the difficulty. It is difficulty 1.
I want to be clear. This is not our land speeder, correct?
No.
Okay,
really.
just making sure.
Yeah, you see one. It's way over there. Well, there you go. Another plume of smoke.
Target drops the weapon they're wielding.
Not this time.
Yeah.
But you don't have the triumph, so you can spend the 2 to give a blue to Branks.
Yeah, the catalytic converter goes flying.
Shit, those are valuable. Grab that.
Look that thing. That's worth some credits.
So yeah, Branks can get a blue.
And you can give the next person who goes a blue with just 1.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. And then you're
still following Davadi?
Yep. So if Davadi and Aiden are moving, then at the end of their turns, they would reach the Euro land speeder.
Right. Yeah, we're making like we're gonna start hopping in.
Yep.
Like we're gonna start loading this thing up.
All right. Now it is my turn. First, we're going to handle what's going on in the Sentinel. As soon as it becomes clear that they have a border, they are going to land. The scared guy is not going to do anything. That was the gunner whose side you jumped in on. However, the gunner on the other side is going to immediately get off of his gun. He's going to spend... Yeah, he's going to spend his maneuver drawing his sidearm. Where is it? There we go. And Brinks, you have 3 points of ranged defense?
3.
All right. And you know what? It is tight enough in here that this would qualify as engaged. So where's the thing?
If it's ranged light, it's 2.
Yeah, 2. So actually, you know what? And he does hit you with his blaster pistol. However, he generates 2 threats for you to spend. So, let's see. Yep, that is 7 damage to you, Brinks, which I think is only 2 after your soak.
Correct.
And then he generates 2 threats, so...
Let's see. What do you guys think? Do you think I should perform a free maneuver to draw my own sidearm, or spend the 2 to like upgrade my next check?
Well, if you're planning on double aiming, if you have your blaster out already, it would be more efficient to draw your blaster now. Because then you'll be able to double aim for 2 blue instead of just the 1 blue from this, and then the 1 blue. Actually, it would end up being the same if you then single aim and draw as your second maneuver. So never mind me.
Give
You could
yourself a
also
blue.
use your maneuver to move, and you could jump into the cockpit if it's open.
He can definitely reach the cockpit. I don't know about open, but...
Does it look like it's open?
Well, the ship is moving, and there's someone piloting it, so...
Is there a door?
Oh yeah, there's a door. I'm saying the seat is not open.
Is the door open?
There isn't a door.
The door is open.
Yeah, the way is open.
This is the way. I move up to the cockpit.
Alright, you move up to the cockpit. He already did his thing, which was to land the ship, so he's not going to be able to react to that. And now on to what's going on the other side. After it took them a second to get out from behind the building, but the second sort of a set of troops that other sentinel set down are going to make their way out into the lot. However, by this point, they're too far away to shoot at everybody who's running off to the west, because they've all they would have been
long range.
They would have been coming in at long range, and you ran far away enough that they're now at extreme, so they can't actually shoot you. However, you know who can shoot you is the other sentinel, and the gunner in it, which he is now going to do. And I finally get to use this thing.
Well, the last one got pancaked on a cliffside, so I can understand your excitement.
No, the last one had somebody board his ship, and then the one before that got pancaked on a cliffside.
True.
After we prioritize the gunner on that first one.
Yep. Alright, let's see here. They're going to be at long range for this. And let's see. And fuck it, we'll spend another one.
Who's being targeted?
Yes.
Well, hold on, because we might want to spend a light side point. Do we get to know who gets targeted before we decide that?
Oh, all of you. So the target is effectively going to be Braytac because he's the hardest to hit, I think. How many range defense does Braytac have? 3?
Probably 1.
Oh, just 1. Does anybody besides Branks have more? All right then. So yeah, if you want to spend that, go ahead and spend it. And let's see, he'll aim. Oh, and he can double aim, actually.
I'm not gonna be out much longer. It's really late. I gotta be up.
No, wait, no, he can't. All right.
6.
All right. Well, that's good because we're gonna hit you. Now you got the corrosis up or the cortosis upgrade for your armor, right?
I got everything.
Okay. In that case, let's see, it is 11 and 3. So you take 14 damage, Braytac.
I have 10 soak.
Okay, so you take 4. And so this is an automatic weapon, so we're going to use that triumph to generate a second hit, which is also going to be against you because you're just that tough. So it's 2 hits for 14 each, so you take 4 wounds. Or, no, 8 wounds total.
What shot me?
The gunner of the other Sentinel landing craft that's flying around is shooting at you, Braytac. I was going to have him target all of you, but he's just going to focus fire Braytac because he can take it, apparently.
Someone marked that somewhere. I'm on my phone.
You don't even have your character sheet open?
I have, like, pictures of it.
Oh. And yeah, that's going to be it for them. The other guys who ran around the wrong side of the building are encountering fire back there. And yeah, that's it. Braytac, what's your wound threshold?
22.
Okay.
So he's at 8 out of 22. So I assume they're just running to keep up with us?
Yeah, there's one group running from like around
no,
the back
I was asking
because
we're back to our side. You said you guys were done. I was asking Braytac and Tenorok. Are you guys running to keep up?
Yes.
Get to the speeder?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we're back to the top of the initiative order.
All right. It's a maneuver to get into the speeder.
Okay. I hop into the speeder and inspirationally begin telling everyone to get in. It is time to go. Marines, we are leaving. And we all heal 1 strain.
Very nice. Additionally,
like,
by this point...
Oh, I keep forgetting to roll my blue dice on that. But yeah, for the next 3 rounds, we get blue dice on all of our checks.
Yeah, by this point, you've affected enough of the mooks that they're now affected by that ability as a group.
Cool. I'm just that inspirational, I guess.
Yep. You've inspired enough of them.
Yeah, so that's what I do. Brakes might want to go next, though. Put him before the gunship goes.
All right, well, you're inside the landing craft, Brakes. What are you doing?
Yeah, question really quick.
Yeah.
Is stuff like being knocked prone or losing one's weapon is that a setback, like in a combat check or critical injury?
I'm not sure what you mean.
I just looked over what absorbent padding does because I was trying to figure out what I'm actually able to use it for in a fight. Like, what is a setback?
Setback dice. So, for example, it basically prevents you from being concussed, is what it does.
Okay. Good to know. Is that all it does?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
I don't know why I threw that in there, to be honest. I just tried to come up with something else, and that was what I came up with.
Alrighty.
All right.
So I'm right here by the pilot?
You're right here by the pilot. There's also a guy behind you with a blaster.
Is this what exactly is this pilot?
He's not wearing like. So you know those guys that you see piloting the AT-AT in Empire Strikes Back? He's like one of those dudes. It's not like the TIE fighter pilots with the black helmets.
Well then, what's fuck it. It's a maneuver to draw my weapon, right?
Yep.
Alright, I spend a maneuver to draw my blaster pistol. Spend a maneuver to aim.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to shoot the pilot.
Alright, you're suffering 2 strain to aim?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, it's cramped enough in here that you have to shoot him while engaged. So, engaged with ranged light, that's difficulty 2.
Don't you have a total like 2 blue dice now?
He should. No, I'm sorry. He should. Or no, he wasn't close enough during that. So yeah, he wouldn't have that.
My inspirational thing. Yeah, it's only short range.
Yeah.
It's too bad. Too bad I can't do that over comms.
No, wait. He aimed and he had it paid forward to him.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
Actually, I have a different idea. I'm not going to draw my weapon.
Yeah.
I would like to lean on the Mandalorian reputation as bounty hunters, especially given that they seem to be working for the Empire a lot. And start angrily shouting about how they have fucked up the operation by dropping their soldiers in and shooting. Basically, I'm just trying to I'm grasping at straws here. I am just going to try to, in general, intimidate them.
Ah, okay. Yeah, you can do
with
that.
the warrior reputation.
Then, yep, that's your action. Roll for it. And it's contested.
Why don't you just kill him?
Because shut up. I have very few wounds left. I'm attempting to off-base my opponents.
Don't forget your blue.
And can someone spend a light side? I would like to, yeah.
All right, and I am also going to. Ooh.
Oh well.
Yeah, he's not scared enough by this. And I think that was your action.
That's an action.
And you didn't actually aim, so you still have your maneuvers.
Mm-hmm.
Are you still drawing your blaster, or did you not do that?
Yeah, I'll still draw.
Okay, that's one.
And yeah. I'm gonna take cover.
Yeah, you can sort of pull back behind the seat, and or actually, if you want cover from the guy behind you as well, you can duck into the cockpit or the passenger seat, which is currently empty.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Yep. All right.
Damn. My goal there was to try to get them all sufficiently terrified that they all have big negatives to their attacks.
I mean, the other guy has a big negative to his attack.
Uh-huh.
I think just Devati and Branks went, so who's third?
I mean, Aiden could probably jump in and get the land speeder started up.
Although, shouldn't I go last so everyone gets into the land speeder, then I go in and drive away?
Yeah,
it's not a bad idea.
Yeah, that's a good point. We probably don't want to leave everyone else behind. So, Tenrock, you want to jump in?
I want to get in. I do not want to be left behind.
Okay, he jumps in the vehicle with me. GM.
Okay, so first, the guy behind you with the blaster is sufficiently scared that he's just going to get out. However, the guy in the pilot, that is, Branks, he's not so deterred, so now he is going to pull out his blaster. And now he's going to try to shoot you.
He has many setbacks. Not setback. He has much difficulty with that.
He will.
The cover, the engaged, the already existing 3 blacks.
Didn't all the guys near Gilbert run into the building?
All but one squad ran around the back of the building.
Yeah. The last squad is like, they can't really do anything to you at this point because you're inside the thing.
Yeah, but since it landed, couldn't we just drive around, pile in, kill those 2 guys, and take off?
Well, anyway, he misses.
3 failures.
Yep.
Does that let me spend anything?
No, it just means he misses you.
That works.
He misses you 3 times, in fact. 3 failures.
Does he damage the ship at all?
I mean,
probably not.
Yeah,
He's shooting sideways in the cockpit.
Yeah, he shoots the window.
Does he shoot the comms panel?
No, he doesn't shoot anything vital.
Damn. Comms aren't vital.
He doesn't shoot anything of consequence.
Who needs communication?
And I think Braytak got in. Who didn't get in? Just, or all of you did, didn't you?
I mean, if you're done with your turn, yeah, everyone else would pile in.
Yeah. All right. Well,
They
the
didn't
Mercs
go
would.
last.
Yeah, no, the Mercs will go first, so they pile in.
And then it'd be Braytek and then Aiden.
Well, didn't Braytek already get in?
That was Tenorok.
No, that was Tenorok.
Oh, that was. Braytek is still out. Okay.
Well,
yeah, then in that case, the what?
Well, right, it would be like Braytak, the Mooks, and then Aiden jumps in.
Yeah. However,
he's still thinking his turn through.
Yeah, but while it's my turn, Braytak is still out. So the landing craft is going to shoot him again. Additionally, because of the various columns of smoke rising, you now also have some cover, thanks to Aiden, which is going to make this a little harder. There we go, that should be right. But he does still hit. And he generates enough for a second hit as well. So it's going to be... Yeah, it's the same as before, actually. So another 8 wounds to Braytek.
Ours is at 16 out of 22.
Yep. I'm tracking it on my end as well.
Okay.
Oh yeah, we got it in 3 places. We should be fine. And...
I'm also throwing that in chat for him to be able to reference later.
And then he's going to pay it forward, and that'll be it. Now it is your turn.
Okay. So, Braytak gets in, Aiden gets in, startup speeder, go, go, go.
Hold on, wait. I could get in and still use a stim pack, right?
Yeah. Good.
Can I use 2 stim packs?
You can, but the second one will only heal 4.
Alright, so I heal
9.
9. Actually,
which is more than all of your
3
wounds.
stim packs.
Using a third will do nothing. You have no wounds. Or no, I'm sorry, you have 16, not 8. Never mind.
Yeah, so that'll heal 5 plus 4 plus 3.
So 12.
There you go. Add -3 stim packs to that little thing. Ruffles.
Alright, and I think everybody else is just getting into the thing. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're going to speed this up a little bit. Brinks, what are you doing?
Maneuver. Stim pack.
Okay.
Can I see the stormtrooper who drew his blaster? Like
it's
that was
not a stormtrooper, but
the guy who was on the turret.
You can see him, but he's running away. You successfully scared him off.
No, the other guy. There's 2 of them on board, right?
There was the guy that you...
There's the pilot.
Yep.
Isn't there another guy?
There was the guy that you stunned. Oh yeah, and then there was the guy who shot at you. Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot to have him shoot you again, but whatever, too late.
Yeah, oh well, that he was also stunned.
Yeah, we'll say that.
Alrighty.
Yeah. Start opening your maneuver.
You know what? They are minions, so we'll treat them as a minion group. So when you stunned them, you stunned both of them. We'll say.
All right. Okay. So stim pack, blasters drawn, maneuver aim, and I'm gonna blast the pilot.
All right, do it. It's engaged.
That's 2 purple.
2 purple. Yeah, you hit him. What kind of sidearm do you have?
I'm double checking what it is. Blaster pistol.
Okay, what's the base damage on that? I think it's like 5 or 6, right?
Blaster pistol, damage 6.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that very nearly kills him. He is in.
Hold up there. There's that, and then there's an extra thing from point blank.
Because he's in short range. You only need 1 more damage to kill him, so you kill him.
Fuck yes. Alrighty,
you've killed the pilot. Now what? Actually, we'll sort of go back and forth here. Everybody's in the land speeder. What are you doing?
I would tell Aiden, let's go pick up Brinks.
All right, Aiden, what are you doing?
Going to pick up Brinks, I guess.
Okay. So, I think the last you heard of him, he was around the front of the building. You didn't actually see any of what happened to him.
Right, but we've opened comms, so we can.
You have open comms,
we
so
can
you
talk
know
to
where
each
he
other.
is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Brinks, do you need pickup?
only if you're able.
Well, I guess I start booking it in that direction.
Okay. Well, it only takes 1 maneuver to get up to the land speeder's top speed of 1. So then, here, let me consult my chart. Sorry, I know it's getting late. I'm trying to wrap this up here.
I mean, if Brinks is able to take control of the ship, we can just drive out of here and meet up later.
Yeah, so with 1 turn worth of movement, you can, that would easily get you over to where the Sentinel is.
So can we just pull up on the other side of it, the other door?
Sure.
Brinks,
if you want to,
I imagine we're just providing covering fire, how everyone's just shooting out of this open top transport as we're rolling up.
It's not open top.
Oh, that's right, it's closed. So we got the side van door open, both sides as we're rolling up, and we're just blasting out the side just to provide covering fire, so not accurately, just suppressing.
Hell yeah, you got the minivan open.
Yep. We roll up, Brinks, time to go!
Alright, so it's 1 maneuver to get up to speed 1. In order to stop, meaning get down to speed 0, is another maneuver. So unless you're trying to have him hop in as you're driving past, you will need to spend a second maneuver or your action to do that.
You alright with that, Aiden?
Sure.
Alright, then you do that. Brinks, what are you doing?
Well, since apparently I'm not going to be hijacking the shuttle,
I mean, if you think you can, go for it.
Well, you killed the pilot.
There's literally 1 dude left.
There's a squad on the other side of the ship, though.
There's a squad on the other side of the ship, and there's another shuttle after you.
I would read first. My only order to you is it's time to go, so you could totally just lift off.
How close are they to my carbine?
How close are they? They would have driven past it. Aside from that, no.
Someone please pick up my gun.
Could I have picked it up when we were driving past it?
You're trying to pick it up from a moving vehicle, so that's going to require coordination.
Okay.
We'll say difficulty 3, coordination.
I'm like the least shooty one here, so we need everyone else for covering fire. Holy fuck! I got it.
Somehow, Dabadi is able to dexterously grab Brinks' carbine off the ground in this lot as you're driving past it.
Sweet. As for stealing the ship, do you guys actually want to steal it, or?
Yes.
All right. Also, Pete, how far away is that group of stormtroopers? Like, are they coming back to the shuttle?
There's no stormtroopers here, but the army troopers are...
It's same difference to me.
They're definitely making their way over here. I've kind of been leaving them on the back burner to keep things simple, but yeah, they're going to be a problem soon.
Like how soon?
Like, after you go, because the people in the land speeder just went, then they're going to start going.
Since we decided to take the ship
right.
tonight, I'll float down.
Here's a question then. What's involved in taking the cockpit and opening fire on them?
Well, you're facing the wrong way. They're behind you. So that's problem number 1. Problem number 2 is you're landed.
Just use your maneuvers to like lift off. You can deal with the hostile in there later. We can drive away in the land speeder. And the foot soldiers on the ground are at that point moot.
All right. Well, you guys are close enough if you do stop that you could also shoot at the guy in the back of the Sentinel as well.
Sure. Yeah, we'll just take him out as long as we're providing covering fire.
Yep. Anybody nearby who wants to make an attack roll.
If we're stopping nearby, can I toss Branks his rifle?
Yeah, you can toss it in there.
Yeah.
Not to him because he's in the front, but you can toss it into the ship.
Yeah, I'll toss it like over in his direction so it like lands on the floor next to him.
Yep.
Or like next to the cockpit.
Yeah, and then anybody who wants to attack the guy in the back of the Sentinel, now is the time to do that, if you're going to do it.
How about in the Mook squad?
Yeah, you can have them attack him. So,
or are they busy providing covering fire?
So I'm going to say they can do either or. Providing covering fire is going to keep the other group of
Covering
troopers
fire.
off your ass. Okay.
Covering fire. And then, ranged attacks from Aiden and Tenorox, since I think there's the only 2 guys that have ranged attacks. Unless Braytak wants to board the shuttle and stab the guy.
If he's here.
He might be
Oh my
asleep.
god, on that death trap with Gilbert.
Alright, so yeah. So maybe just have Aiden and Tenorox shoot their stuff at the guy there.
Well.
If they got anything.
Aiden, Tenorox.
Tenorox? Doc?
Is anyone here?
I guess not. It's 2 a.m.
It is 2
have
a.m.
a blaster pistol.
It's something. Blaster pistol is better than no shooting.
The mooks shoot.
The Mooks are providing covering fire so we don't have to deal with the other troopers.
Do you guys want to call it here? We can begin
Yes.
in media res.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Then we will call it here.
All right.
Yeah, we will begin in media res.